very clear of what your priorities are, what Americans see you as, and you're only in the pockets of politicians and small business owners, and you're not for peace. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brianna McGowan, and I live in Midtown Atlanta. I'm calling to say that I oppose the 2021 budget proposal. I oppose the increase in the police budget and would rather see those funds go towards community and social programs or public transportation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diane Hargan, and I'm a resident of Berkeley Park in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling in regards to the FY 2021 budget increase. I'm requesting that the $20 million Atlanta wants to give to the APD be instead invested into our communities so our citizens reap the benefits, not our industrial prison complex. Please distribute these funds to our human services that are pertinent to live to the citizens of our society, such as housing for our homeless and higher budgets for our schools, for medical supplies for our hospitals. As we've seen, police reform will not solve the problems we still face. We need new techniques to combat the systematic racism in our country. Can we please start by cutting and reallocating the funds to our police? Thank you. Bye.
My name is Nika Duarte, and I'm a resident of Pittsburgh, Atlanta. I'm calling to express my disagreement and concern with today's proposal to cut $1.2 million from the executive offices. Atlanta already has a human trafficking problem, a large homeless population, and countless other issues that will only worsen from this cut. I'm also calling to the City Council to defund the police. The money used for unnecessary bonuses, military style training, and deadly weapons that lead to innocent lives being taken could be put to better use anywhere but with the APD. Thanks.
This is Christine Kay from Buckhead neighborhood. I'm just insisting that you guys choose to defund the police during the meeting today, budget meeting today. There's no reason for a budget increase. Please defund the police immediately. Thank you.
My name is Carrie Davis. I live in Grant Park, Atlanta, and I'm leaving this message to ask that you defund the police department in Atlanta. They do not need an increase in budget. You should create a plan to phase out the Atlanta Police Department as it exists today and create more social programs. But also ask that you close and demolish the jail. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Bensink, and I am a resident of Midtown in Atlanta. I wanted to note that there are a few demands for City Council in terms of the upcoming budget. One of them being that I urge you to divest from the criminalization of folks in Atlanta and continue to invest in public health. By looking at the budget, it's evident that right now the police have a lot of money and essential services for people do not. And that would actually help provide more support for folks and reduce crime in Atlanta. We need to end money bail. That is obviously an unfair way to allow rich people and people with more wealth to get out of their cells and to not have to serve time, while people who are poor, who do not have money, a lot of the time folks of color, because of the way systems are set up, have to stay, and a lot of the time for crimes they didn't commit. Either way, it's important to end cash bail and continue on the way of defunding the police. Another demand is to end participation in GILEE, the GILEE. It's important that we do not associate ourselves with the training of the IDF in Israel. We need to not use those genocidal techniques and encourage them. Defund the police and support the people. Thank you so much.
My name is Kate Rowe. I live over in Castleberry Hill. I'm looking at the proposed budget y'all are voting on today, and notice that there's a $12 million increase in funding the police when there's a conversation about defunding the police. And I don't believe that you should go forward with increasing funding at this time. In fact, I believe that you should work on defunding the police and creating other social programs that support the community. whether it means holding off on this budget while we have the conversation. But I'm totally against increasing funds for the police. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Rose Dennis. I'm freshly 18, and I want to say that I want the Atlanta city government to defund the police as well as raise money for education. The Atlanta public school system, especially the lower income schools like Boyd Elementary, are suffering. And with the idea to raise the police budget by millions of dollars, and the education system is failing everyone, and it needs to be changed, and it needs more money, and you should be funding education over police budget. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Taylor Spicer, and I'm calling as a citizen of the Metro Atlanta area who works in the city of Atlanta to support the movement to defund the police. As we've seen in reaction to the officers being charged for Rayshard Brooks' death, officers that are boycotting are not here to serve us, and really the budget says it all. So we continue to build up the force of terrorizing Black Atlantans. We're not serving our people, especially when we are seeing at the same time cuts to critical social services, which need funding, and they actually build our communities up, keep people out of prisons, keep down the interactions, hopefully, that we are seeing where police are abusing the use of force. And we are tired, and we need our city leaders to step up. So I thank you for listening to this comment. I look forward to celebrating the defunding of the Atlanta police. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Sonali Master. I am a student at the Georgia Institute of Technology, and I'm calling to say that the city's reimagining of the police is simply not enough. We need to see Atlanta create a plan to reduce the scope of APD's work, starting with relieving officers from all forms of quality of life policing, which will in turn allow the budget to be reduced and slowly begin the process of reallocating resources to communities that really need them, such as the Department of Equity and pre-arrest diversion and other community programs. And it's also essential that we demilitarize the APD by assessing the use of riot gear. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
This is Alyssa Bell of the Kirkwood neighborhood, and I ask you to consider the increased budget for the police this year and consider putting that money towards social services that the city desperately needs at this time. Thank you.
My name is Andrew Estes. I live in Vine City, and I disagree with the addition of $12 million to the police budget. I think that money should be reallocated to the executive office for projects, including the project to fight human trafficking in Atlanta.
Hi, my name is Brianna Whitlark, and I live in the Virginia Highlands, and I just want to say that it's proven that increasing funding of police does not decrease crime, but increasing funding for social services such as education, counseling, drug rehabilitation, public housing, public transportation reduces survival time. So I'm calling to ask you to defund your police.
Hi, my name is Kristen Lepke, and I live in Candler Park in Atlanta. I'd really like to see a lot of the funds that are planned for the police department for the next year to be reallocated specifically to the DeKalb Community Service Board. I think they're doing incredible preventative work, both with their work at the APEX program in schools and then the opioid residential programs that are assisting those with substance abuse and helping our homeless population. So I'd really love to see more support for them. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hello, Atlanta City Council. This is Evan Neal calling. I just wanted to put in my 2 cents I know y'all are looking at the budget and you got to balance it, make ends meet, but I think that in light of recent and historic injustices perpetuated by the systems in place, especially the so-called justice system, criminal justice system, and those entrusted by oath to protect our communities, protect our people. I think we need to take a hard look at the root causes of some of the problems that we're seeing out in the streets right now, especially as regards the police department, their policing tactics, what they're hired to do, and if they're doing that job correctly. I think we need a lot more money going into public mental health services, equitable school services across the city, and I think we need to reimagine a more just, equitable world, and not one where we've got police out here killing people who are fighting to make a living. I don't think it's right. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brandon Wiesbach. I'm a registered voter. I live in Sylvan Hills, born and raised in Atlanta, and I would love to see the Atlanta Police Department be funded. $13 million increase to the APD can be reallocated to better suited needs such as community development, low-income housing, parks and recreation, education, whatever. Please defund the police. They need a $13 million increase to their budget. They need their $200 million budget to be slashed in half. We do not need more police spending, more police brutality, more police killing innocent people. Please defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, this is Daniel Cutts, and I live in Edgewood, Atlanta, and I am calling to ask you to please defund the Atlanta Police Department and consider funding community building institutions and defund the institution that murders people in the streets. Again, I ask that you defund the Atlanta Police. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Cato. I am a resident of the city of Atlanta, and I reside in District 7. I am calling on the City Council of Atlanta to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources. It is very clear that the police department has failed to improve public safety and wellness, and attempts to curb police violence through increased training have clearly been very ineffective. To just dismantle and replace this department that has proven ineffective at carrying out its mandate and is non-responsive to reforms, a plan to be created for defunding Atlanta Police Department and reallocating the resources to more effective community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety. I also request that before even starting the process to hire a new chief of police, that we put together a community-based council that can be formed to review the Atlanta Police Department's scope of work and disperse hiring decision-making power across the community review committee. It's supposed to be reallocating resources, and we really need to look at doing this and really dismantling Atlanta Police Department, understanding that this will be roughly a 5 to 7 year plan. But we really need to consider a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. This budget for fiscal year 2021 should be cut by 50% and reducing Atlanta Police Department's scope of work, starting with relieving officers from all those other forms of quality of life policing. We also need to decrease officer to resident ratio and demilitarize the Atlanta Police Department through assessing use of riot gear, chemical, and lethal weapons use. For instance, the use of tear gas water. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kaylee Folks, and I live in Cabbagetown area of Atlanta. I'm calling this morning to ask that you defund the police effective immediately, at least starting with 50%. We are facing huge cuts
cuts to education in order to cushion the economic downfall of Georgia's economy. And it's just absolutely atrocious that we would consider cutting education and other vital programs while we give a raise and increase the budget to police who are brutalizing and murdering our citizens. Absolutely atrocious. And despicable. Also, I'm calling for, while the police is instated, to re-examine their contract or whatever organization with Georgia Public Safety and Training Center. Their director, Chris Wigginton, has called the shooting of Rashad Brooks justified, which is absolutely ridiculous. Police are not they are not able to make decisions about a person's character that determines that they should be killed on point. They're not military, they're not judges, they're not a jury, they're not executioners. The fact that they are still in practice after hundreds of years of slave patrols makes it a racist institution and needs to be defunded and dismantled now. Build up community.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Cato. I am a resident of the city of Atlanta and I reside in District 7. I am calling the Atlanta City Council to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources. We need to build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. The fiscal year 2021 budget needs to be cut by 50% by reducing the Atlanta Police Department's scope of work, starting with relieving officers from all of the forms of quality of life policing. All dollars that are saved from this reduction in the Atlanta Police Department budget in the fiscal year 2021 should be reallocated to alternatives and community-based resources, including but not limited to the newly formed Department of Equity, diversion programs such as pre-arrest diversion, and other community-controlled programs. We need to decrease officer-to-resident ratio and demilitarize the police department. In addition to this, we also need to defund and demolish the jail, demanding that we close the jail on or before July 1st, 2020, ensure that proper resources are allocated to demolish the building, and commit to its demolition on or before December 1st, 2020, adopt the reimagined ACDC task force policy recommendations, and decriminalize the city code so they carry no potential for arrest. Last but certainly not least, we need to reopen investigations into all APD killings since 2017 and develop a community tribunal to assess use of force and take steps to hold Atlanta Police Department officers accountable. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm really looking forward to learning more about what the City Council is doing and defunding the police department. If not,
Good morning, or afternoon, or evening, depending on how many hours you all are in this listening session. My name is Kevin Brown, and I'm a resident of Grant Park. This is the fourth time in 2 weeks that I've called into a public comment line to City Council about the forthcoming fiscal year 21 budget in regards to reallocating money away from the APD back into social services and programs that can benefit the community and move Atlanta into a police-free future. As of today, it has officially been 3 weeks since the first protest in our city regarding the death of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and Breonna Taylor. And there's been one
Lorna. I am the proud grandmother of a child that goes to Emory, and I visit Atlanta frequently. I am asking the City Council to do more than reimagine. It is time to get rid of police officers who believe that they are the military that patrols our streets and hire individuals that are willing to work with the community. For every cop you fire, hire a social worker, for heaven's sakes. Please do more than just reimagine. Defund and refund the police department to make the police department what it was when I was a 12-year-old kid and the cop lived across the street and walked his dog every day and all the kids knew him, and your mother said if you got lost, go find a policeman in the uniform and ask him to take you home. We don't have that anymore. Our police officers shoot us. Thank you very much for listening to this message.
Hello, this is Every Data, Georgia resident. I've been trying to do this message for like 5 times, but I can't because I was double up on my work, so let's hope for that. I would just like to say to the members of the City Council and the Mayor that you should feel ashamed. You should feel ashamed because you shouldn't leave your residents to leave in a short message for 2 minutes just to ask for change when change has already been taking place. You hold as much responsibility, members of the City Council and the Mayor, of the killing of Rayshard Brooks, as well as other lives that have been taken by police brutality by the APD, who are targeting your very own Black, brown, and queer folks of Atlanta who live in your very city through supporting and funding a policing system that is unjust and racist. In order to see change, I think you should take these steps. Defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate those resources. You should cut the police department's budget by 50% and distribute that remaining money to community-based resources who need it. This includes and is not limited to Department of Equity, diversion programs such as peer arrest diversion, and other community-controlled programs. Schools cannot go without having the bare minimum in their schools. Meanwhile, the police have helicopters and riot gear that can go beyond. I'm sorry, I'm angry. You should also decrease the officer-to-resident ratio and demilitarize them. How do you expect the residents to not feel intimidated by the very own people that should be protecting and serving when they are accessing and using riot gear, tear gas, and other lethal weapons against us? We also want justice for our people. We want to fire the APD officers who killed Alexia Christian, Oscar James, and DeAndre Phillips. We open those investigations of all APD killings since 2017 and develop the community trivial access use of it.
Hey, my name is Bryn Rao. I live in Edgewood in Atlanta, and I think we should defund the police. I think that the proposed budget for 2021 should not remain the way it is, and I think that a lot more money should go towards making sure that our voting procedures actually work really well and are more streamlined or better supported. Also, I think more money should go towards helping our homeless population and helping people who have drug abuse problems and just our community in general. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Catherine Opsel, and I'm a resident of Atlanta's Morningside, Virginia Heights neighborhood. I've seen the City of Atlanta's proposed 2021 budget, and a considerable amount of it goes towards the police. I would strongly encourage a change that redistributes some of this funding to other areas, especially in light of recent events surrounding police brutality and the murder of Rayshard Brooks. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Amanda Spacemeyer, and I live in the West End neighborhood, just off of University Avenue. I just wanted to let the City Council know that I, like many other people, am in favor of lowering the budget for police services as well as corrections, and I would love to see the City of Atlanta increase budgets for things like the Department of Transportation, grants and community development, human resources, things of that nature. I feel like these changes will only come to southern cities if Atlanta sets a precedent for it. And I've lived here all my life. I've been back and forth between Atlanta, Norcross, and Decatur for the entire time that I've been alive, and I really love living here, and I would love to see our city do better. Thank you.
Hello, Atlanta City Council. This is Christy Consuegra from District 4. I've lived here for 8 years, and I need y'all to know that reimagining the police is a ridiculously broad statement that needs to be replaced with an actual plan, a timeline, and set goals during that timeline. I am here asking the mayor of Atlanta to stop performing for press and actually make a plan that she can be publicly kept accountable for, that all of you can be publicly kept accountable for. I'm asking the mayor and you all, the city council, to set aside 50% of the total police budget into a trust fund until a clear, acceptable path towards reformed police department and public safety is articulated and set aside. I'm asking for Atlanta to make an overt and visible commitment to racial justice. Research shows time and time again that the living wage, access to holistic health and services and treatment and educational opportunities and stable housing for all are far more successful at reducing crime than police and prisons. Stop making your people pay to kill one another. Stop performing and please start listening. It is ridiculous that we have to be here urging our own elected officials to fight for basic human rights. Please listen to the people.
My name is Connor Matchin, and I live in Grant Park, and I'm calling to voice my opposition to the proposed budget increase for the police in 2021. We implore that money and money previously allocated to the police be better spent on aspects of the community that are helpful for those that need it and not on the police.
My name is Brianna Denny. I live in the Virginia Highlands in the 5th District. The proposed steps to reimagine the police is not enough. It is imperative to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources to community-based strategies for reducing crime. Defund and demolish the jail. This will move Atlanta further from violent policing and closer to wellness, freedom, and equity. Close the jail before July 1st, 2020. Adopt the reimagined ACDC Task Force policy recommendations. Finally, bring justice to our people. Reopen investigations into all APD killings since 2017 and develop a community tribunal to assess use of force and take steps to hold APD officers accountable. Again, the proposed steps to reimagine the police are not enough. It is imperative to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Oscar Zayed. I live in Midtown, and I was just calling to ask to please defund the police and don't approve this budget increase for the police department. I don't need to explain why this is, required, but I just have to ask that you please also don't cut the $1.2 million from the executive offices. This is just, an atrocious cut. The police does not need this money. This money can go towards so much else that can really make impact on your city and our city. Please defund the police. You really have an opportunity here to be ahead of the curve and to do what's right, and to do what's right for the people of Atlanta and the people of the state of Georgia. So defund the police. It's that simple. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Keisha Bertrand. I live at 3627 Kings Park. I live in DeKalb, and I need the police to be defunded. Please do not fund the police. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Meyer. I live in Buckhead, lifelong Atlanta resident. People of Atlanta are waking up. Reimagining the police is not enough. We want the Atlanta police to be defunded by 50%. We want money to be reinvested in education, homeless services, housing, healthcare. We want the Atlanta jail to be demolished that was built for the Olympics. We don't need that anymore. We want money from policing to go into pre-arrest diversion. We want it to go into more social services. We want for there to be brakes put on hiring a new police chief. We just need to hold off. We need to rethink everything. We are paying attention. We are watching everything very closely. And now is the time to have our city move forward thoughtfully for the benefit and the safety and the welfare of all of our citizens. I'm a white woman. I've grown up in Buckhead. I went to Atlanta Public Schools. My people are paying attention now. We're going to be active, fighting for the rights of all citizens. Okay? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alexa Castle. I live in Virginia Highlands, and it's come to my attention that your budget wants to add $12 million to our police department and remove $1.2 million from our executive offices. I do think that this is extremely irresponsible at this point in time in history, especially because executive offices contains human services, which is something that we need much more than our streets being patrolled and people put in jail for no reason. So please reconsider that. Defund the police.
Hello, this is Evander. I am a longtime resident of the DeKalb County community. I've spent many years downtown attending Georgia State University, walking the streets of Fulton County. I am calling to demand from Keisha Bottoms and the Atlanta City Council the immediate defunding of police due to numerous human rights violations the APD as an organization has committed. I am also calling to demand that funds are allocated to other things. Take your pick. Say education, healthcare, social assistance.
Hello, my name is Jessica Matchin, and I reside in Fulton County, Georgia. I'm calling for the concern of the police increase for the budget. It's insane. It's crazy. I've been out at protests. I've seen police brutality. People need to be held accountable. Don't listen to what we have to say. Sorry, getting a little emotional, but it's important, and we cannot increase this fund to the police. Thank you so much for everything that you do. I hope that you have respect for everything that our civilians do. Love you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Masa Mustajabi. I live in the 3005 zip code in Alpharetta. Went to Georgia Tech, been in Alpharetta in Georgia for my whole life. And I'm calling because I saw that you guys want to cut $1.2 million from the executive offices, which helps with DNI efforts and immigration affairs, et cetera, but that you're adding $12 million to the police budget. I think as we've seen in the last few weeks with the killings of Rayshard Brooks and Ahmaud Arbery in Brunswick, obviously not in Atlanta, but and the arrest of those two college students very abruptly. I think the police in Atlanta don't need $12 million additional dollars. I think that is a dereliction of duties. We should definitely not give them an additional $12 million. We should instead defund them. They're obviously not doing a good job, and I think that money can be appropriated or more apportioned to better budgets that will go towards community services and give resources to low-income neighborhoods in Atlanta and the surrounding areas that can help create better communities, safer communities, healthier communities, and just give them more resources. So I unequivocally do not support the $12 million increase in funds to the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jake Fernandez. I'll be living in Atlanta in the Druid Hills area very soon, in a couple months, and I heard that you guys we're voting on the city budget, and I just wanted to encourage the council to vote towards a budget that can defund the police and help demilitarize them and invest the money back into communities and to social workers and to other forms of law enforcement other than the police system that is clearly corrupt. Thank you.
Hello, this is Melissa King from Inman Park. I know you guys are voting tomorrow on the proposed budget, and I'm asking to please consider defunding the police. A $12 million increase in the police budget is absolutely insane. We are going through a movement where there is clearly need for police reform. There is no doubt that there is unjust police brutality and tactics going on, and it must end. I stand in solidarity with everyone who thinks this. So please consider moving these funds to other social programs that could really use it. And again, please defund the police.
Hi, my name is Laura Newsome, and I live off of Ralph McGill Park in Old Fourth Ward. And I'm calling to ask that you move some of the money that is scheduled to be budgeted for police over to funding community programs so we can have stronger, safer communities. Thanks so much. Bye.
Jonathan Williams of Reynoldstown in Atlanta. Defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate those funds into community resources. The city should be actively working on a plan to dismantle the APD and help develop resources that actually keep the community safe and healthy.
Hi, my name is Allison Carter, and I live in North Runwood Park. I wanted to call in to give my comment on the fiscal year 2021 budget. Recently, I was made aware that the city of Atlanta would be allocating $12 million to the Atlanta Police Department as a part of the budget, and also cutting $1.2 million for the executive offices. I find that to be unacceptable, and given the recent demonstration by police officers, quote, calling in sick in protest of the police officer Riley being charged with murder, any increase is highly unacceptable. The city's funds should be allocated to public health and other community improvement programs supported by the executive office, and to things that would benefit the community rather than terrorize the community. With those things in mind, I demand that the City Council defund APD, which includes but is not limited to demilitarization and ending the DILEE training of the police officers. Thank you for your time. Listen to your constituents' voices and do the right thing.
Hi, this is Michael Bear from the Lake Clear neighborhood, and I just wanted to put in my note that we need to defund the police, move that funding into different agencies immediately, and take it out. And don't give away to the police. Don't give them more funding for trying other solutions. The solution is to defund. All right. Thank you.
Hi, City Council. My name is Jen Wilkers. I currently live in Decatur but work in Atlanta. And I'm calling to please listen to the people and defund the police. I think we know, after listening to the mayor's remarks on Monday afternoon City Council meeting, despite the death of Rachel Brooks on Friday, the mayor has not changed her position on defunding the police. And in fact, she is calling on City Council to keep the police budget and increase it. I would urge you strongly to listen to the people who you serve. This will be a moment in history that we will look back on and see as a clear pitchfork in the road, one moving towards equity and justice and accountability. We're all really stepping up and being held accountable for what we have done to the Black community. And the other is just keeping with the same ignorance that we've held. And it doesn't work. And we are begging you to please take action. I am Sophie Minnick. I live at 1022 Town Lake Hills East of South Georgia, 30189. And I want you guys to defund the police.
feel that it is in the best interest of my family and of myself to defund the police. Please defund the police. Thank you.
My name is Christopher Kelly. My statement is the police department has shown a continued culture degrading the public and celebrating police violence. At the Wendy's protest, police use their cars to hit and shove against unarmed, peaceful protesters. If anyone were to pull up to the police and nudge the police officer standing there, that car would be riddled with bullets and all of its occupants murdered. The city can make positive changes to move forward. All peace officers who walk out in solidarity with Officer Rolfe should have their names published and then terminated. Their actions show they hold shooting civilians in higher regard than the loss of an innocent man's life. All officers who received Killology training from Dave Grossman should have their names published publicly and incidents of shooting reviewed by civilians for wrongdoing. That more training sessions to become better at killing citizens should be allowed. Continued employment for any peace officer should be contingent upon agreeing not to use deadly force against the people they are protecting. Any police having routine contact with the public should not carry firearms, not from the city nor any other source. Anyone who wears a badge should not be allowed the exceptions to federal firearms laws granted to law enforcement officers. The Atlanta Police Department is unable to exercise restraint, caution, or patience. This at first seems an extreme measure, however, consider the goal. Stop police from killing and murdering people. No more should keeping the peace be a APD of no respect for life, and that must stop now. Anyone who argues otherwise needs a conversation with their church about when they are allowed to end another person's life. These conversations start at the top and are required at all levels.
Hello, my name is Katie Eldridge. I live on a house in the Peoplestown neighborhood, 30315. I would like to ask that you do not do the $12 million addition to the police budget and instead invest that money in the executive office and places that benefit the community in other ways besides policing. Thank you and have a good day.
Hi, my name is Anna Sophia Barza. I'm calling to complain about the police and the jail system in Atlanta. Year after year, you have introduced and passed legislation to turn the everyday activities of Black people and poor people into criminal acts. Every single one of the so-called quality of life ordinances was introduced and passed by the City Council. The Council supported and funded the building of an extra jail for the 1996 Olympics and has funded it for decades, each year approving millions of dollars to be spent locking up Black people for the most petty and minimal of offenses. When police killed Atlantans and family members came to the council looking for answers and asking for reforms, you did nothing. Worse, most of you defended the system of policing that the city council helped to build. You blamed the people who were killed. You belittled or sat silently while your colleagues belittled family members who came to speak to you. You ignored solutions that were offered over and over again with each police killing. Alexia Christian, DeAndre Phillips, DeRavis Rogers, Jimmy Atchison, and Oscar King. Say their names. Each one of their deaths was a call to action for you to take leadership and make desperately needed changes, and you ignored each and every one. We are calling for the Atlanta City Council and the mayor to stop defending an indefensible system. Please defund APD and reallocate your resources. Defund and demolish the jail. Please seek justice for Black individuals.
Hello, my name is Zoe Vaughn. I live in East Atlanta Village. I'm calling to ask defund the police.
Hey there, Atlanta City Council. My name is Molly Penny. I live in Midtown Atlanta. And I'm calling to demand that you defund the police and invest in public health. Money from defunding the police can go to support so many great things in the community. And don't you want to make Atlanta a better city? I mean, I sure would. I sure do. So you can also
seriously consider defunding the police and redistributing, reallocating those funds to do something really wonderful for the community and to make Atlanta a better place. So thank you. Have a great day.
My name is Haley Ellman. I'm a resident of District 7 in Atlanta, near Bottom. I know you ran on a platform of, doing exactly what you're doing now, making sure that Atlanta police get raises in order to live within the city. It's been a number of years since that was the thing, and there has been not one shred of evidence to support that makes even a bit of difference whatsoever. I mean, the constituency is telling you to defund the police. Can't you change with the times? Things are changing fast, I mean, that money that you're putting into the police, I mean, in the year of the coronavirus, needs to go towards housing and homelessness. That can't be solved $1 at a time, and people are getting, sick in the shelters, and death is not the answer. They need help. They need mental health, and they need to be able to be off the streets. And just think about how many people can't work trying to protect their families. That's an issue. I mean, I think you should devote $50 million of the police budget towards issues that will come along with this upcoming and Corona. And I know you can find it in the budget. This was 2018. $24 million of the police budget went towards overtime pay, which is nowhere close to that of Miami or DC.
Hi, my name is Danielle Potler. I live in Peoplestown, Atlanta, near Grant Park and Jake Stanton Park. I am calling to voice my opinion on the proposed budget of Atlanta. I am not okay with the amount of money that goes towards police officers and policing. I would like to see more money go towards transportation and parks and recreation. I think it's important to have commutable transportation in Atlanta to save against the heavy traffic, and I want to see more parks and recreation for a healthy, happier Atlanta. Defund the police, please. I'm explicitly telling City Council to defund the police. And I've told you what this means.
Hi, my name is Samantha Loop. I reside in the Midtown area. I'm a Fulton County voter. I just wanted to say I oppose the $13 million addition to the police department within the Atlanta budget, or the proposed budget rather. I think honestly it's a pretty shameful thing to do given the usage of force by the Atlanta Police Department in the last few weeks. I also think that given the recent walkouts by the police department, what's more important right now is defunding and training them once more in de-escalation, especially following the death of Rayshard Brooks. I think overall this budget should look more at what the police can do with the money that's already been allocated rather than adding more. I think it's kind of like throwing grease at a fire at this point. Thank you.
Hi, this is Michael Vogel. I'm a constituent. I live in the Sandy Springs area, but I'm an Atlanta address 32, work at Georgia Tech, and I just wanted to leave a comment to say that I would like for you not to increase the police budget, but instead to decrease the police budget. That's all. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Fantasia Gibson. I currently live in the Old Fourth Ward, and I think I speak for many people, much like myself, that we would rather see the budget increase that's supposed to go towards police to go towards other aspects of our community. Increasing the police budget and cutting the budget that could help eliminate homelessness in our community is
disgusting. And I would really appreciate if we could take steps towards defunding the police. Thank you.
My name is Marian Boulay, and I'm a resident of Kamler Park, 30307 in Atlanta, and I'm calling to demand that City Council supports defunding the police. We have tried using new reforms, and we have tried giving the police more money, and it is clear that that does not solve the problems of police brutality and police murder, as we've seen by recent events. And so the only real solution here is to defund the police and funnel that money to social services and health services and community services that can help to strengthen communities and institute other measures of public safety by addressing the root causes. Thank you for listening. Bye-bye.
Hello, this is Ashley Montrud. I live in the city Peoplestown in Fulton County, and this is for the City Council of Fulton County. I specifically want to not just reimagine the police and reform police. I want defunding, precisely defunding of the police, for the fact that policing and the funding for them is disproportionate to the funding that goes to things that would be more important and more useful for the betterment of our city, such as parks and rec, transportation, and etc. Specifically with transportation, we know that our city, I've lived here for 10 years, that my city lacks a solid transportation for all people. To enhance MARTA and enhance more bike routes would be very helpful and much more beneficial than just increasing funding or spending money on the police. So please defund the police. That's my request. Again, I'm Ashley Montrud. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Mackenzie Ward. I'm calling, Hello, my name is Lauren Reese, and I live in Midtown, City Council District 2. I'd like to request the city take a step back and reconsider the fiscal year 21 budget allocations in the light of the murder of Rayshard Brooks. His murder exposed the fact that while EPD has held up this model of reforms are not enough. Drastic change is needed in the way we think about law enforcement in our city. We need to start thinking of crime as a public health issue and not a police issue. Instead of continuing to provide police with more deadly weapons, we should take that funding and build up communities in order to reduce crime. We need to divest from police and invest in communities that have been neglected for far too long. We need to create more wraparound service centers like I Promise to keep kids out of jail. Develop and train cadres of mental health professionals and social workers to be part of our first responders in the city. Invest in homelessness services to get people into permanent housing and off of the streets. In this budget, Mayor Bottoms and City Council have an opportunity to change the direction of law enforcement in our city. This is not a time to rush through a budget of business as usual. I urge the City Council to not vote on the budget now, but to revise it with the input of community members and work towards demilitarizing the police and providing much needed social services to the community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Harlan Pace, and I'm calling to request that we defund the police. I think that funding needs to be channeled into providing services that will address individual and community trauma and prevent crimes. And I believe that those who are called in moments of crisis should be intensively trained in de-escalation and mental health first aid and should not carry weapons. Thank you.
Hi, this is Ismael Matthews. I'm from Midtown Atlanta, and I believe that the police needs to be defunded by at least 50%, not reformed. Reform is not enough. And all those different funds need to be reallocated to public services, including but not limited to mental and behavioral health infrastructure and education and community service programs that actually help people and reduce crime as opposed to militarizing or over-policing neighborhoods. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Grady Allen. I'm a resident of Atlanta, Georgia. I live in Westwood Terrace. I am a voter and a taxpayer and someone who is very concerned about the upcoming budget vote because of the decrease of funding to some of the services associated with the executive office and the continued increase in funding to the police department. I think it is an appropriate time, given recent political action and what is an overwhelming interest by the public in reconsidering where the budget is allocated, to consider defunding the police. Does that mean that I wish for us to eliminate the police department entirely? No, of course not. That is not what that term means. It means taking that budget and reorienting it towards essential services that will help create public safety in a variety of ways, whether that means supporting the mentally ill or homeless in ways that do not involve police intervention, whether that means supporting children in schools in ways that do not require armed police officers, but instead educators who are prepared to support them. I think that there are numerous ways in which public safety and well-being can be supported that do not require the intervention of a police officer, and that can happen here in Atlanta. So thank you for your time. I appreciate your consideration of this. I support you to not support the current budget, but rather to reimagine, in light of recent public events, how we might better support public safety in a way that is more inclusive, more equitable, and safer for people of all races, genders, religious creeds, and other backgrounds. Thank you.
My name is Emma Nelson, and I, like we mentioned, asking you to defund the police and to put that money back into education.
Hey, my name is Katie Martin, and I live in West Midtown and in PU East. I want to tell the City Council that I think that there should be defunding of the police, and reimagining the police is not enough. I actually want there to be defunding of the police and moving those funds from the police to city planning, to social services, to help with homelessness, as well as with healthcare and health services. Super important to me, and I think that that should be done. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is John Bernakis. I live in Inman Park. My councilman is Amir Faroki. I'm calling today to ask you all to listen to your constituents. We are asking you to defund the police. I listened to the budget hearing earlier this week for nearly 2 hours, and I didn't hear a single person ask for anything other than cutting APD's budget in half and investing that money into community services, affordable housing, public schools, homelessness resources, etc. It's clear that the citizens want our tax dollars to fund education, opportunity, and equity, rather than police violence. And then I read that City Council proposed legislation for police reforms. Reform is not good enough, and it is not what your citizens are demanding. It takes a simple Google search to find that police reforms and increased training do not work. Divesting from the police and investing in community resources is the only answer. We're asking you to step up and do what's right. Make a change, fix what's broken. Kindly remember that your job is to serve your community's interests, not to decide what those interests are. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Heather, and I live in District 9. I am calling because I want to see a real change in the city. Reimagining the police force in Atlanta is just not enough. Everything that's going on right now and has gone on in the past, it's just not enough. As Atlanta's best chance to progress, you, as a city council, must defund the AEP, allocate my tax dollars that I pay to community-centered resources and initiatives such as mental health care for those who need it most, food services, public education, public transportation, or really anything that makes the community that I love be safer and more inclusive and equal place for everybody that lives here. I don't think they deserve better. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alex Tucker. I currently live in Southwest Atlanta. I am calling because I know you guys will be passing the city budget today, and I was hoping that you would continue to consider reallocating some of the funds that will be added into the Department of Police Services budget this year towards other areas of our community in our city that actually need this, such as education, social services, public works, et cetera, et cetera.
thank you for taking the time to listen to our comments, and I hope that you take them into consideration and apply them today. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, this is Jim Farr from Southeast Decatur near Belvedere Park. I just was calling to ask to not double the amount of money that you gave the police last year. It didn't seem to help, especially with the shooting of Richard Brooks. But please defund the police, reallocate those monies of money that's supposed to go for more equipment and pay raises for the police officers. It doesn't always seem to be working. In fact, it's not working at all. Things are unfair and they need to change. Please defund the police, reallocate those funds somewhere else. Please defund the police. Thank you.
Hello, this is Anna Gabrielian. I'm a graduate student studying at Georgia Tech. I currently live in Midtown, and I just had a concern about the use of an additional amount of money being pointed towards the police department rather than different things that need funding in the city of Atlanta in general. Just in order to do my homework, I just looked up some of the things that could go toward education, and I saw that there are many Atlanta schools that are actually in the nation's bottom 5% of elementary schools. So I feel like this money would be better placed toward children's education, since at least I think the police are probably overfunded in general, and there's just a very large disparity in the amount of funding that goes toward police and the amount that goes toward the education system. So that's my suggestion. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Hey, this is Caleb Andrews from the Briar Hills community in Atlanta, Georgia. And I just wanted to encourage you to both defund the police and not cut any money from the executive offices. That would be deeply appreciated by the community, and I appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robin Lee. I'm calling from the Edgewood neighborhood. I believe I'm District 5. I'm calling to express my concerns about your increase in budget funding for the Atlanta Police Department, just in view of the amount of money that they receive. I do believe, I've looked at the outlined initial preliminary budget, and I do believe that there are a lot of other areas that could benefit from receiving an increase as opposed to the Atlanta Police Department. I would like to remind all of you that you are elected officials. So people do have the power to vote based on what your decisions are in view of how you like to spend our taxpayer money. So I would encourage you to, in my opinion, along with many others, do the right thing at the bar. Begin the change that I think many are insisting on seeing in this country. We see a lot of other cities across the country that are figuring out ways how to spend their money more productively than handing it over to police departments that essentially seem to just abuse the privilege of the money that they're given. So please let us be heard, and please go ahead and act in accordance with the people's wishes, including mine. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
My name is Jamie Cho, living in Net. I'm sitting with parents to tell me Atlanta City Council to defund the police. They killed Rashard Brooks with only sleeping in his car, even while the entire country was still mourning George Floyd. There is no training for that. Their budget should be cut in half and reinvested in infrastructure we really need in Atlanta, like true affordable housing. It's offensive to even suggest that we get another $12 million in raises in public money that they used to kill us. We don't want your symbolic reforms. Take away their ability to kill us. Stop funding them weapons to point at the people of your own state. Lives are at stake. If you fail to act, the blood is on your hands. Atlanta City Council, the people are watching you right now, and we have been demanding that you need to defund the police.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Cragton. I'm in East Atlanta in District 5. I'm calling in regards to reimagining the police and that more needs to be done than
just reimagining. We need to defund the APD and reallocate those resources to more effective community-based strategies for actually reducing crime and increasing safety. And I'm going to keep it short and sweet. And thank you so much for the time. And thank you.
Hi, my name is Chart Riggle. I live in Canworth Park. I grew up in Buckhead and I spent my whole life in Atlanta. I'm calling today to forcefully urge the City Council to work towards defunding APD. And I believe certainly that the budget for APD should not be being raised during the global pandemic when we're cutting the budgets for all of our most important city services. At the very least, I think you should not be raising budget. Moreover, I think that you could completely eliminate the APD budget for operating within schools. I went to public school here in Atlanta, and I was appalled and continue to be appalled by the presence of police officers in and around the schools. I hope you will consider these comments and know that your constituents firmly believe that Atlanta Police Department does not need more money and should ultimately be abolished. Thank you.
My name is Maria Brown. For the last 30 years, the Atlanta City Council has taken a leading role in creating the kind of policing that killed Rayshard Brooks. Year after year, you guys have introduced and passed legislation to turn the everyday activities of Black people and poor people into criminal acts. Every single one of the so-called quality of life ordinances was introduced and passed by the City Council. You ignored solutions that were offered to these issues over and over again with each police killing. Alexia Christian, Steonda Phillips, Teresa Rogers, Jimmy Atchison, Foster Kane. Each one of their deaths will be called action for you to take leadership and make desperately needed changes, and you ignored each and every one. We are calling for the Atlanta City Council and the mayor to stop defending its indefensible system. These are the first steps to a new vision of public safety. Defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources. Defund and demolish the jail and justice for our people. The specific policy proposals to achieve these goals include defunding the APD and reallocating the resources, which includes a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle APD and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system.
Hi, this is Naima Washington. I live on Morningside Way in Atlanta. I would just say that I think that there should not be an increase to the police budget, especially not from $5 million to $12 million, especially in light of everything that's going on. And I don't think that any money should be cut from immigrant affairs, sustainability, human services, or equity, diversity, and inclusion, as well as human trafficking. I think those programs need to have more money invested into them, and then we'll start seeing declining problems when it comes to crime in Atlanta. And that's how I personally feel. Thank you for listening to my comments. I appreciate it, and I hope that you understand where they're coming from. Thank you.
My name is Rowan Rosenberg, and I'm a citizen of the unincorporated DeKalb area near Glenwood. I use they them pronouns, and it is of great importance to me that, considering the proposal tomorrow, that be reconsidered and that funds be allocated away from the police to other matters of public interest, which include the offices of equity, diversity, and inclusion, the end for human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services. It's very important to me that as a city and as a community, we refocus our lens on something that is more community oriented and that does not put the police in extreme places of power. Thank you for considering this.
Hello, this is Jessica Keeney calling from Woodstock, Georgia, asking the council to enact participatory city budgeting, divestment from criminalization and investment in public health, signature bonds and needs assessments in first appearance court, pending cash bail, and participation in GILEE, a program where Atlanta Police Department is trained by the Israeli government, weaponizing against the residents of Atlanta. I demand that Atlanta Police Department ends its collaboration with Fulton County and Rice Street Jail. And most importantly, I call for the defunding of the Atlanta Police Department as well as all of Georgia's police departments so that we can reallocate those funds to better, more qualified resources. And most importantly,
if you don't mind. Thank you. Hello, my name is Ariel Duncan. I live in East Atlanta Village, and I'm calling to say that I hope that we can defund the police here in Atlanta. There's no reason for their budget to be that big, given what they do and how they act and how they treat us citizens. I cannot stand by or support any politician who is unwilling to take this necessary step to protect our safety. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Liz Tarshis. I'm a resident of North Druid Hills in Atlanta. I am calling to request that the $12 million additional funds that is being proposed to the police budget be reallocated to the executive offices such as equity, diversity, inclusion, and human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services like social programs and homeless services. Thank you.
My name is Alessandra Stevens, and I'm a resident of the 2nd District in Midtown. Budgets are statements of priorities, and in this moment, when so many fellow Atlantans are struggling as the result of the pandemic, and when in just the past few weeks we have seen the Atlanta Police Department murder Rayshard Brooks and brutalize citizens in the streets, our priority should not be increasing the budget for the Atlanta Police Department by more than $12 million through increasing salaries for officers and hiring more than 200 new officers, but especially in a year when the city is facing a revenue shortfall and when our community is in need of so much, we should be working to defund and disband the Atlanta Police Department, minimally cutting their 2021 budget allocation by 50% and reallocating those funds not only towards a new Department of Equity, but to needed community services such as homeless services, youth enrichment services, immigration services, and food support for the community. Further, while the allocation for the Atlanta City Jail has been reduced, it needs to be closed and demolished, and allocations in the budget should reflect that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Ann Miller. I am a lifetime resident of Atlanta. I currently reside in Sweet Auburn neighborhood. I'm calling to request that it be considered for the budget that the police are defunded and those funds are put into community programs that can better serve our citizens. Reimagining the police is not enough at this point. Thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing the budget.
Hello, my name is Zach Singer. I live in Grant Park, and I'm calling to tell you, beg you, ask you to please defund the police department and put some of that money back into our communities, invest in education and public transportation, and maintaining our city in the communities that have been targeted by police and police violence. It's just continuing to pump funds into militarizing our city is not what we need, and it's not solving our problems, and it's keeping inequality alive and well. So I'm asking, as a citizen and taxpayer of the city, that you please divest and reinvest that money in our institutions that support the well-being of our communities. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Jay Blair, and I live in North Druid Hills. I would just like to propose a comment that the City of Atlanta help establish a reimagining public safety plan by defunding the APD and reallocating resources. I would like to propose that officers be relieved of quality of life policing and that dollars saved from the reduction of the Atlanta Police Department's budget in fiscal year 21 be reallocated to alternatives and community-based resources, including the Department of Equity and diversion programs such as the
pre-arrest diversion program and other community programs. I'd also like to request that a new hiring process of a chief of police not be put in place until a community-based council can be formed to review APD scope of work and disperse hiring decision-making power across a community review committee. I'd also like to propose that the officer to resident ratio be decreased and that the APD be demilitarized through assessing the use of riot gear, chemical, and lethal weapons use. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hello, my name is Lauren Coleman, and I'm a resident of the Druid Hills neighborhood in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling again. I called earlier this week to ask the City Council to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reinvest that money into social services. As an educator, I cannot stress to you enough the urgency of reallocating those funds into community projects that will serve the community and prevent crime in the long term and build up our communities, make them stronger and safer for everyone. So again, I would like to ask that the over $200 million budget for the Atlanta PD be diminished and reallocated into services such as education, affordable housing, community grants and development, and other such organizations that will benefit the community rather than terrorizing them and failing to serve them. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Maricela Carmona, East Lake Neighborhood. Defund the police. Cancel all the races in the 2021 budget. Cancel the proposed 12.12 million raise in the general fund of Atlanta Police Service in 2021. Cancel the proposed 987,000 raise in the Airport Revenue Fund for Atlanta Police Services in 2021. Reallocate those funds evenly to city departments such as executive offices, houses, allowed city services, parks and recreation, city planning, public works, etc.
Hi, my name is Brittany Garner, and I live in Midtown. I'm calling because I think it's deeply important for the city of Atlanta to defund the police. I've worked in shelters at the Atlanta Housing Continuum of Care, and I continue to work at national nonprofits that work with people experiencing homelessness. I would be remiss if I did not call my representatives and state how important it is to divest funds from the police force and invest dollar for dollar into community support, especially Papua and housing. We should be divesting from the violence and investing in our communities. Please do the right thing and listen to the outcry of the people of Atlanta, and thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Allison Kaufman, and I'm a resident of District 5. I'm calling to leave this public comment for the special call meeting agenda focused on the budget. I'm calling to ask the City Council reject the current 2021 budget and propose a revised budget with a 50% cut to police. This money can be reinvested in desperately needed social services such as reproductive and mental health care, affordable housing, and education. We really need more than just words right now. We need more than commitment to having conversations around reimagining policing. We need action. How many more Black people are going to die as you debate what forms of incremental change are needed? The police are supposed to protect and serve the community. Instead, they're killing Black people. We need new institutions, ones not rooted in slavery, that can meet this public mandate. No one is saying there aren't real needs in our communities. We are saying, we are demanding that we invest in actual solutions to solve these issues. The money is there. All we need now is a political will. Thank you for your time, and I hope you vote to amend the budget and cut the funding to police by 50%. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Freya Brandel Tanis, and I live in Druid Hills, and I'm calling to urge you to cut the Atlanta Police Department budget by 50% and completely defund the Atlanta State Detention Center. And with that money, I'm strongly urging you to reinvest it in social services to actually aid community members and treat causes instead of repeatedly treating the symptoms of
social problems through means of force. Thank you for your time.
Hey there, my name is Tim Barrett. I live in East Atlanta, and I am calling to leave a message in relation to, in regards to the FY 2021 budget that you guys are voting on tomorrow. And I think that it's important. I fully believe in that we should be defunding the police. And I know you guys are aware of what all that entails, I'm sure. And it's not totally getting rid of the police, but, there's a lot that can be done. And the budget, from what I've been able to read today, calls for cutting, $1.2 million from the executive offices, which includes, ending human trafficking in immigrant affairs, sustainability, human services, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And it wants to reallocate that money into the police budget, which is like pay raises for cops and things like that. And I think, as a citizen of Atlanta, that's not where I want the money, my taxpayer money, to go to. That's not something that I agree with. Really, anyone that I know agrees with, taking the money away from those things I listed and moving it to, pay raises for police officers and things like that. At the very least, that $12 million should be cut up in some sort of way. That's just the budget as it is now. From what I've been able to read today, I disagree with. So I just wanted to call, leave a message and state that, and I appreciate it. Have a good one.
My name is Kathy, and I live in DeKalb County. I am calling and asking to defund the police. I don't think we need to be funding the millions of dollars as a city, as Atlanta. Personally, my parents own a restaurant in Fulton County, and they were not given adequate help or response from police when they were assaulted by a customer in their restaurant. The police are just trying to meet their quotas and just giving people traffic tickets to meet those quotas. I don't trust how the organization is running, and there's just a lot better ways to promote public safety and more specific organizations and ways that can respond to different situations. So I'm asking to not fund the police more, and B, to actually defund them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabel. I'm calling as a resident of Alpharetta, Georgia, District 7. I am telling the City Council that reimagining the police is not enough. You need to defund the police immediately. And that's all I have to say. And reallocate those resources to education, to social services, because they need to be defunded. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Andrea Davis, and I live in District 10, and I believe we should not add more funds to the police. Please defund the APD. Thank you. Hello, my name is Lauren Scarborough. As for the budget for 2021, I'm in favor of defunding the police and allocating those funds to education, healthcare, and affordable housing. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Knapp. I live in the Edgewood neighborhood of Atlanta. I'm calling about the fiscal year 21 budget that's going to be voted on tomorrow. I'm extremely disappointed that Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms has chosen to move forward with funding raises for the police. I believe that reimagining the police is not enough. and defunding them is our only option. What we're asking for, what I am interested in, and what many other citizens of Atlanta are asking for, is to defund the Atlanta Police Department, to put that money into public safety measures, into wellness programs, into programs aimed at the homeless and healthcare and other social mechanisms that could improve Atlanta, that could help with social well-being, economic well-being of our people and our city. Taking money from the Atlanta Police Department, from the raises that are supposed to go into effect in fiscal year 21, and putting that towards a better community would be in everyone's best interest. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Nayla Jonich. I'm the resident of Midtown Atlanta, and I'm calling to request that the City of Atlanta reject the proposal tomorrow, June 19th, to increase the police budget for the 2021 fiscal year. Reimagining the police is not enough. We do not want just reform. We want to defund the police, and we want to use that money that's allocated towards the police instead for the offices of equity, diversity, and inclusion, the Office to End Human Trafficking, the Immigrant Affairs Office, Sustainability Office, and Human Services Office. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lauren from Sweet Auburn. It is a slap in the face to the family of Rayshard Brooks and so many others who have been victims of police brutality at the hands of APDs. It is evident that the officers in Atlanta are not fit enough to serve our city. They are choosing to side with the man who murdered Rayshard Brooks instead of siding with our community, and you want to give them an increase in salary? I am ashamed to know that you, along with previous council members and mayors, will allow our budget to get to where it is today. We have to better our community by defunding the police and putting more money into education, affordable housing, the public defender's office, and so many other deserving sectors of our city. Make the right decision. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Emily Hunt, Advanced Emergency Medical Technician in the state of Georgia, with my numbers being A028794. I'm calling for Atlanta to defund Atlanta Police Department and put the money back into the Atlanta community. I suggest that some of the funds go towards EMS and fire personnel. 30 employees make a starting wage of $15 an hour. This is unacceptable. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mika Ashton. I'm calling from Milton, Georgia, District 7. I'm calling to demand that you defund the police. The city of Atlanta should be cutting the budget completely. It needs to be defunded. You need to demolish the jail, closed before July 1st, 2020. It just has to be done because it's out of hand. I also would like you to reopen investigations into all Atlanta Police Department killings since 2017 and develop a community tribunal to assess use of force and take steps to hold APD officers accountable. Fire the APD officers who killed Alexia Christian, who failed to follow policy and procedure. Fire the APD officers who killed Oscar Kane, who failed to turn on their body cameras in accordance with APD policy. Fire the APD officers who killed DeAndre Phillips, who failed to follow policy and procedure. Fire Erica Shields from the police department. The resources for the police department need to be redistributed across social services and community services. There should be a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle the Atlanta Police Department and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Casey Serrano, and I'm a resident of the Edgewood neighborhood here in Atlanta. And I was calling to say that in light of not only the killing of Rayshard Brooks, but also many Atlanta Police Department officers protested this by walking off the job
because they are protesting the fact that the killers of Rayshard Brooks will be brought to justice. I think it is absolutely ridiculous that we are planning on cutting the the Atlanta budget for services devoted to helping people and providing for the public good through health programs and anti-homelessness programs and education, etc., and instead raising the police budget. This needs to stop. We must immediately stop increasing funding for the police and begin to divest from the police and reinvest this money into community services to make Atlanta to truly serve and protect the city of Atlanta. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna Cable. I live in Virginia Highlands in the city of Atlanta. I'm calling to give my public comment about the fiscal year 2021 budget proposal, more specifically with the pay raise or with the budget allocation raise to the City of Atlanta Police Department. I strongly oppose this. And not only this pay raise, but I think that the police department needs to be defunded. Their budget needs to go down and more funds reallocated towards community and public health preventative measures, more specifically the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Office and Human Trafficking Program, Immigrant Affairs, Sustainability Affairs, and Human Resources for a number of their programs, including homeless services. So again, I strongly disagree with not only the budget increase, the 12 million budget increase. I also disagree with the proposed cut of 1.2 million from the executive offices, including some of the offices I mentioned, some of the departments I mentioned, and instead strongly encourage the council to move more money away from the police department towards preventative measures in the first place. Thank you.
This is John Calloway. I live in the Old Fourth Ward neighborhood of Atlanta, and I would like to urge you not to decrease the money for the executive branch and not increase the budget for the police branch. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, this is Mariana Silva, and I live in Inman Park here in Georgia, in Atlanta, Georgia, and I just wanted to call and say that I think that we need to defund the Atlanta Police Department, as well as demolish the jail by or before July 1st of 2020. I think that we need to defund the police, as well as fire the officers that killed Alexia Christina, fire the officers that killed Officer Kane and DeAndre Phillips. I think that we need to reallocate those funds into the education system, as well as the communities themselves, to better help in situations of like any kind of issues. I really appreciate you sending this message along. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello, my name is Pooja Srinivas, and I'm a resident of Decatur. And I would like to request that with the new annual city budget, the additional $12 million that has been allocated for the police budget instead be reallocated to Human Services, Immigration Affairs, and the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, which was allocated $1 million and is being cut. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Rose Shaw. I am a resident of Atlanta for 2.5 years, and I currently live in the Summer Hill neighborhood on Georgia Avenue. I'm calling to offer my support in the funding of the police here in Atlanta. Specifically, I would like to see those funds redirected towards community-led methods that go towards public health, education, and like community and watch, like community watch organizations that are nonviolent. I have not had specific interactions with police other than a traffic stop, which was I survived, thankfully. But I do feel strongly that the police system as it exists today does not serve or protect the community that it should. So I would again like to support calls for
defunding of the police and redirecting those to community-led organizations and programs. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Carly Brown, and I live in Old Fourth Ward, and I believe that reimagining the police is not enough for our safety. I am interested in the police being defunded. I want, and I can speak for myself and my family and my community, we want funds to be redistributed from the police force into community organization, mental health services, education, things of that nature. I do not feel safe with the amount of money behind the Atlanta Police Department. Please help. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Daniel Uribe, and I live in Garden Hills. I'm calling about, issues regarding police brutality, specifically about defunding the police. When I say defunding the police, I don't mean necessarily just reforming the system, but still providing the same amount of money. I literally mean grabbing the sources of revenue or income, or however you want to look at it, and start shifting them over to other services that I found much more valuable as a citizen. The key thing there is that they've been funded more than enough, and currently have essentially military equipment to stop and terrorize citizens currently in the city of Atlanta. So I would prefer if we defunded the police by, again, reallocating resources to the Atlanta public schooling system, any regarding healthcare or anything regarding mental illness, and pretty much any other service that the city of Atlanta offers, that includes the Office of Resilience, Public Works, that is not to the police. Again, they've had more than enough funding. They have military equipment, they have everything that they need right now. And so we need to be focusing on other portions of the community just to make sure that the entire community is being funded, provided services that they need, especially during the coronavirus. Again, I would like for you to defund the police, not to do any reforming of the system or anything else. Please defund the police. Thank you.
Hello, this is Amy St. Pierre, and I'm calling for Virginia Highlands. I'm asking that you don't approve a $12 million increase to APD and no further increases to APD while we continue to divest from community services. I'm also asking that you commit to a date for shutdown of ACDC no later than September 30th of this year. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Renee, and I live in East Point, but I have a mother that works in Buckhead, and as a Black woman, I worry for her safety every day. I'm calling to ask for the defunding of the APD. More training and reforms are simply not enough and have proven time and again to do simply nothing for police brutality in this country. It's time for actual change by reallocating much-needed funds to other community programs and professionals with specialized training. It isn't fair to both officers and civilians to have highly stressed and undertrained people tackle so many out-of-scope issues, from dealing with rape victims to catching dogs. There are many issues that an 11-week trained officer is underqualified to tackle. I highly urge you to research Camden, New Jersey to see a great example of a community that overhauled its police force and are better for it. It completely abolished the police force and rebuilt it. We rebuilt a new one with county control. The force still has work to do and a few issues. It doesn't change the fact that they've had way less homicides after rebuilding their force. It shows that it's not impossible. It just takes a lot of work from the community and officials that actively care, that actually care what we think and aren't afraid of police unions. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Natalia Chavez, and I live in Midtown. I am a Georgia Tech student, and I was recently made aware that tomorrow there will be an Atlanta City Council vote on the budget, and that there will be a cut of $1.2 million from the executive office. And the proposal wants to add $12 million to the police budget. However, I would like to say that I'm very, very against this. And
I would like for the budget to be reconsidered. This is a very high amount when instead of adding more money to the police department, we should be having it be less and giving this money to other services that we need, which are the ones that you're actually cutting from, which is the equity, diversity, and inclusion services, the ending human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services. So please reconsider. I appreciate your time. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Emily Diffender, a neighbor in Reynolds. I'm calling again to reiterate my request as a resident of our town. It's come to my attention that in light of the 12-hour meeting earlier this week, the council has reduced the APD's budget by $2 million. If my math is right, that's 0.92%, rounded up. You have agreed that you intend to create a team to discuss the possibility of addressing incendiary issues that are tearing our city apart. You've agreed to discuss a few specific topics in your future committee meetings. This is kicking the can down the road, and it's unacceptable. Food, housing, healthcare, transportation, jobs, education. These are the things that will make Atlanta thrive. These are the departments and programs that need those tax dollars. Those $200 million are tax dollars. You've seen the tweets, you've seen op-eds, you've heard the protesters in the streets, and I think you know all about the futures that have been stolen by racist cops, racist judges, and racist systems. I think you know what you need to do and are afraid to do it. I think maybe you don't know how to do it, but you have to know that it's got to get done. Defund the APD today, and not by 0.92%. Take their weapons, take their raises, take their pensions. Don't set up committees soon, do it today. Allocate that funding to departments that have more to offer the residents of this town. And don't consider solutions in 2021, do it today. Commit to change now. It's needed now. Please. Thank you.
Hi, girls. This is Jake Margle. I live in District 1, and I'm just calling to defund the police. Jesus. My God. How many people have to yell it? Defund the police. Defund them. Have a good weekend.
Hi, my name is Christina May. I live in Sandy Springs. I am in District number 3. I'm calling to ask that we defund the Atlanta Police Department now, and instead reinvest that funding into community development programs, youth development and after-school programs, employment services, homelessness services, affordable housing, social and equitable policymaking, Parks and Rec Department, public transportation accessibility, healthcare, anything else but the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Miles Becker. I'm a resident of District 5 and BUM. I'm calling to request that City Council not only vote against the $12 million increase in the APD budget, but disarm, disband, and defund the police altogether. The mayor's office and the City Hall, City Council have enabled the Atlanta Police Department to operate in a manner that has led to the loss of Black lives for far too long. We need action. You need to take action. Please defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate those millions of dollars to the communities that need it the most. Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Duncan-Mont. I live in the Deer Park NPUD. I'm calling about the budget vote on Friday. I want to say that reimagining the police is not enough and demand that the City Council defund the police. We've been defunding education, health, hospitals, the arts, culture, health, homeless services for years. And it's time to invest in communities so that all human beings in Atlanta, especially the most marginalized, can thrive. We need to address root causes and systemic inequities rather than give raises to a police department that time and time again terrorizes and kills Black bodies. Raises won't fix a completely broken system. It's time for an overhaul, and the city of Atlanta is pretty much telling you that it's time to do that. I really hope you listen. Demand that dismantle the police force and create a plan to build a new community-based policing policing system and reduce the budget for fiscal year 21 by 50%, and reinvest that money into community-based solutions, to fund and demolish the city jail and close it by July 1st, reopen investigations into all APD killings since 2017, justice for Alexa Christian, ascertain DeAndre Phillips, and the others who have been killed at the hands of the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabella Ordway. I live in Greg Park. I'm calling to ask that you defund the police and instead of increasing their budget by $12 million this year, divert those funds to executive offices that promote equity, diversity, and human services so that we can make sure that Atlanta becomes a safe, healthy place for everyone and reduce violence and crime. Reduce violence and just create a healthy world for all of us. Bye.
Hello, my name is Emma Arthur. I'm a resident of Kenwood Park, and I am calling to demand that we defund the police. I know for the last 30 years, the Atlanta City Council has taken a leading role in creating the kind of policing that killed Rayshard Brooks. In light of this, I think that a $12 million raise for APD is completely unacceptable. A $1.2 million cut to the executive offices is completely unacceptable. And I don't think that reimagining the police is in any way enough. I think we need to defund the police, reallocate these resources into community-led efforts to completely replace the police so that we are not just punishing crimes, but we are mitigating the root causes of crime. I'm calling to demand that we defund and demolish the jail as well. I think all of this has led to a culture of punishment and murder of Black bodies, and we have to do better as a city. Thank you.
I'm Simon Duncan Watt, and I live in Adair Park in NPUV, zip code 30310. I believe that we should be defunding the police. It's time to defund the police. The reason is because police in the United States was established to maintain white supremacy. The police are not a neutral body, and the institution is inherently biased. For the last 40 years, the expansion of racially targeted policing and policies such as stop and frisk and the war on drugs helped fuel mass incarceration. In the U.S., with Black people incarcerated at more than 5 times the rate of white people. Number 2, policing doesn't keep us safe. Despite the billions of dollars spent every year on policing, more than 15,000 people were killed by gun violence in 2019 alone. If we believe in everyone's right to live in safety and peace, we need to dismantle institutions that were never intended to get us there. Also, body cameras, trainings, and other so-called reform measures will not end cycles of police violence. In Minneapolis and other U.S. cities, body cameras and other reform measures were implemented as part of the Obama administration's multi-million-dollar response to a call for police accountability. However, body cams are regularly shut off by police, trainings on implicit bias police have shown no demonstrable effect, and community policing, the idea that if police and community work together, there will be more trust in police doesn't work either. Meanwhile, police murder continues with 400 people killed by police already this year, including the recent murder of Rayshard Brooks in Atlanta, around the corner from where I live. Also, policing diverts billions of dollars from schools, healthcare, and other vital programs that need more funding to strengthen our communities and support shared well-being. U.S. cities collectively spend $100 billion a year on policing. This is ridiculous. We should be investing in infrastructure that helps future generations. And also, Black organizers are calling for divestment for policing and investment in human needs across the country. And our tax dollars should be invested in more humane and just alternatives to policing. I'm asking you to listen to the community who are asking for you to divest from the police.
Hello, my name is Ryan Joshua Ramey. I live in Lawrenceville, Georgia, but I work in Atlanta. I'm in there all the time, and I deal with Atlanta PD on a daily basis because I do security while working with film companies. And yes, I work closely with AOPD often. Reimagining the police is not enough. We must defund the police. We must put money into community centers, bring back Boys and Girls Club, bring back the YMCA, bring back freaking sports teams for our children, and anything is better than getting more money to cops to terrorize their neighborhoods. You understand what you are doing by enabling these cops more, by funding them more. All you are doing is signaling to them that you support their actions. Stop supporting police that terrorize our communities. Start supporting the communities. We are tired of this. We are fucking tired of this. Put more money into fucking people who will work with people over domestic disputes, not police who will show up and tell everybody they should fuck up and go to sleep, okay? We need real fucking change. We need real fucking community. We need to build our fucking community and not just the fucking cops. How do you not fucking understand this? Do you have kids? Do you worry about them when they go out at night, when they see the fucking police, when the police are told that understand us? We are angry. And funding the police will not appease us. Funding the police, keeping the police budget increase.
Hello, this is Ellie Petit. I live in Lake Claire. I'm calling to ask that you do not defund budgets for community projects and that you do not increase the police budget, and to ask that you defund the police. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Kelly McCain. I live in Virginia Highlands, and I'm calling to request that you not cut funding from the executive offices, which include Office of Sustainability and Offices to End Human Trafficking and more. And I propose that you cancel the proposed budget increase to police, and then redirect this money towards public health and social services and other community programs that will actually help keep our city safe. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maya Wallace, and I'm an Atlanta resident, and I would like to say that increasing the budget to the APD is of $12 million, not only an egregious amount, but also something that could be much better used in the form of community investment. And furthermore, I would like to say that the statements surrounding closing APDC have been a really hindering thing, considering that was promised more than a year ago. And at this point in time, everybody that is listening, recognizes that closing a correctional facility is not the same as defunding the police. They are two completely different things. So I would like for all of you to not raise the APD budget and instead to decrease it and put it toward community investment. Thank you.
Hey, this is Jen McLaren calling from the Inman Park neighborhood in Atlanta. I'm calling about the FY 2021 budget. I do believe that we need to defund the police and instead put that money into the root of the problem, such as human services, any homeless services, mental health, and social work. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, this is Savannah Knapp. I live in Summer Hill in downtown, and I understand that the budget counseling meeting is tomorrow at 10 a.m. And as an Atlanta resident, I ask you to please defund the police and do not increase the budget for the police. They do not need it. They need just fine. We need to redirect those funds to social services programs, like helping all of the homeless community that is suffering and immobilized. And we need you guys to do what the public wants, not what's going to benefit the national agenda or Donald Trump or any other corrupt politician. Thank you. Hello, this is Maria Gutierrez. I live in Old Fourth Ward, part of NPUM, and a resident for the last 9 years. I'm calling up for the Atlanta City Council and the mayor to stop defending an indefensible system. I'm calling on the City Council to take responsibility for your part in creating this culture, system, and institution of policing that this country has finally come to see for its ineffectiveness and its brutality. My main points are, number one, APD has failed to improve public safety and wellness. Attempts to curb police violence through increased training have been ineffective. Instead of increasing the APD budget, a plan should be created for defunding APD and reallocating the resources to more effective community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety, such as diversion programs, such as pre-arrest diversion, or making the Department of Equity more robust, which currently faces cuts. Number two, as long as the Atlanta City Detention Center remains nonviolent policing, and closer to equity, freedom, and wellness, which the city should represent. And point 3, the council should seek justice. The city of Atlanta has a duty to hold APD accountable for the lives it has taken. Failing to address the police killings in the past has accumulated distrust in the city of Atlanta's value of Black life. In addition, the city council should put forward a proposal to drop and expunge charges from the protesters who were arrested over the last few weeks, considering the violent tactics APD. So much for listening.
Hello, my name is Hannah Quickly, and I would like to express my belief that we should not be cutting the budget for executive offices, which include equity, diversity, inclusion, end of human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services. We need that more than we need a $12 million police budget for the city of Atlanta. I am pro defunding the police and creating better communities within those areas that police are highly involved in. Education must be a priority in Atlanta. Thank you. Have a great day.
My name is Liz Carlino. I live in District 5 in Atlanta. The City Council's plan to reimagine the police is not enough. We need to defund the police now. Attempts to curb violence through increased training have failed. Resources should go to more effective community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety. Programs such as pre-arrest diversions. Defund the police now.
Hi, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm a resident of Grant Park. I wanted to call and urge you to reconsider the proposal to add cut 1.2 million from the executive offices and instead increase the police budget. I strongly urge you to reconsider this. I think that we need more money investing in equity, diversity, migrant affairs, parks and rec, sustainability, and humane services like homeless services and community outreach. Strongly urge you to reconsider the increase in the police budget for this particular budget cycle in 2021. That's all I have to say on the matter. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Eric Shepard. I'm a resident of the 5th District in Atlanta. I'm calling about this proposed budget. I would like to see less funding for the police. This is ridiculous. The fact that you want to give them $217 million is beyond ridiculous. I just want to make it known that less police make for safer neighborhoods. I'm disgusted with the Atlanta Police Department, and I would like to see them defunded and reformed. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Charles Hauk. I'm a citizen of Capitol View, and we need to defund the police. The current budget for the Atlanta PD is insane. We need to be committing more money to public services and less towards killer cops. We need to not be outfitting them with equipment that makes them treat the citizens like insurgents in war. We need to equip our public services with both the funds as well as the people to provide alternatives to policing that don't put citizens in danger. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Kristen Perez, and I'm a resident of Ansley Park. I'm calling because I would like for the FY budget of 2021 to defund the police, and I think that this is a grave situation that should be in discussion already, and $12 million for a police budget right now is tasteless. So please put the $1.2 million at least that you're proposing to cut back into equity, diversity, inclusion, and in human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, human services. There's no reason that needs to be cut at this time. Thank you.
Diane Shelton. This comment is regarding the police force. I believe the City Council ought to be in full support of the police force and fund them appropriately. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Danielle Kwan, and I'm a Fulton County resident, and I'm calling to ask that the City Council immediately vote tomorrow to defund the Atlanta Police Department. I understand that currently the budget proposal for fiscal year 2021 includes an adding of $12 million to the police budget, after an additional $5 million increase was already funded last year for pay raises for cops and more equipment. As current recent events have shown that increasing police budgets does not keep our community safe, and in fact only increases the risk of police brutality and anti-Black racism in this country. I'm calling to immediately demand instead that those $12 million funds, as well as all funds that are currently being used to fund the Atlanta Police Department, be redirected to the executive offices, specifically the Office of Human Services, such as programs like homeless services, as well as the Office of Immigrant Affairs and Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and other important alternative social services that will help keep our community safe in place of police. Thank you.
Hi, this is Hannah Diaz. I am a resident of Old Fourth Ward, zip code 30312, and I'm calling about the proposed budget increase for the police department. WAD recently reported that our budget shortfall as a state was about 11% due to revenues not made up through sales tax due to shelter-in-place, a much-needed shelter-in-place order that I commend the City Council for taking as a city. That said, in a budget shortfall, the answer is not to increase the police funding by, I believe, 17%, or frankly at all, given the abuses and gross misconduct that the police department has exhibited for many years, but most recently highlighted this past weekend. The police department doesn't need tanks. It doesn't even need guns, as far as I'm concerned. Certainly traffic violations and other sort of non-urgent situations that do not need to be responded to with officers with firearms. This is something that the funding for the city needs to be directed towards social work, helping our homeless population, helping our mentally ill population, after-school programs for students, to keep them safe and occupied. There's so many more impactful uses of our finite and dwindling resources than funding a bloated police department that has obviously proved themselves not to be good stewards of the resources that they have. Thank you so much for your consideration. Again, my name is Hannah Diaz. Thanks.
Hi, this is Kirsten Crowell-McCrary. I live in Reynoldstown, and I'm calling to voice my concern about the increase in the police budget. I would like to see the police budget significantly decrease and extra funds used instead for things like the Atlanta Public Schools, as well as community-based resources like the newly formed Department of Equity, diversion programs such as the pre-arrest diversion and other community-controlled programs. I'd also like to see a decrease in the officer-to-resident ratio of APD, and also to see y'all assess the use of riot gear and chemical weapons in order to demilitarize APD. In long term, I'd like to see the city of Atlanta establish a reimagining public safety plan to create a 5 to 7 year plan to reimagine APD and build a new community-based and community-controlled public safety system. Thank you for your time and your efforts.
Hi, this is Abby Chestnut. I live in Grant Park, and I'm calling to request that you defund the Atlanta Police Department. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. The proposed budget increase for them that could be better serving many other aspects of the Atlanta community. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Miriam Bannister. I live in downtown Atlanta. I wanted to leave a comment regarding the budget for fiscal year 2021. I was calling for you guys to decrease or even defund the police department and, if possible, reroute those funds to Atlanta public schools where funding is severely needed, speaking as a former middle school math teacher. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emily Judith. I'm a resident of Grant Park in Atlanta. And thank you so much for allowing us these messages in regards to the council meeting tomorrow. Would just like to give my 2 cents about defunding the police. I think it's really important to not invest so much in our police officers who have shown and proven that they are not well equipped with the mental and physical pressures of the job. And so defunding the police, reinvesting that into reform of the police and education and mental health would be much appreciated. Thank you. Have a great day.
This is Andre Diarcy. I'm in Cobb County, District 11. And I want to say that reimagining the police is not nearly enough at all. We need to defund the police, invest in communities. No one can work on and keep living knowing that police murder other people. Every single murder that happens is our fault. Every single one. And we cannot ignore this and live our own sweet lives just because we're not affected by it directly, or we think that that's the most efficient. We need to clearly rethink this, throw it away, invest in what actually helps. Violence, meeting nonviolent incidents does not work ever. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Magali Ickes, and I live in Alma Park, part of Atlanta. My code is B0T16. I'm calling to say that it's really time for us to defund the police because they can no longer be expected or depended upon to protect and serve, and they're obviously not able to manage their tempers and their energies in a way that doesn't result in killing harmful people. So it's time for the budget to reflect that we need to invest in our communities and take away military-like equipment and weapons from the police and instead invest in social workers, in ending homelessness, and providing better outcomes for everyone. So that's my comment. Please, for the love of everything that is great in this country, defund the police, invest in our communities. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily Bradley, and I am a homeowner, and I live in East Atlanta Village. My zip code is 30316. And I would like to express my outrage at the fact that the budget proposal includes cutting millions of dollars from the executive offices. We are a city with some of the greatest wealth disparities and inequalities in the country, and we are not going to fix that by cutting money from things like immigrant affairs and sustainability and human services. I think it's outrageous that the proposal includes $12 million to increase the police budget when we are tasking them with all of our problems that they are woefully ill prepared for. And I ask you and strongly urge you to reconsider. Thank you.
My name is Alec Hessler, and I ask for you to do something and defund the police.
Hi there, my name is Katie Ballou. I'm a resident in Inland Park in zip code 30307. I'm calling ahead of tomorrow's city budget meeting to request as a constituent of this council and a resident of the city that the 2021 dollars be divested from the police force and invested into community-based initiatives. These initiatives need to address affordable housing, healthcare, and employment in our city. The funds should support the use of counselors and social workers, after-school programs, trauma services, and anti-violence programs to address the root of the problems that continue to result in police brutality. Funds should be redirected to provide services for mental health and programs for those who are homeless. The police force should be de-escalated immediately, as proven by the killing, the murder of Rayshard Brooks this past Friday by the APD. I ask that you will act swiftly, please, to shift these budgets before the vote
and get to work immediately on the development of non-police solutions to the city's social problems. Thank you.
Hey there, my name is James Ives. I am a resident here in the Old Fourth Ward in Atlanta, and I just wanted to request the council to consider avoid cuts to the executive offices that contain the program for equity, diversity, and inclusion, and human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services. So I would like those programs to be funded and money for new equipment shifted away from the police. I know this isn't going to happen overnight, but I just would ask you to consider that. Thank you. Hope you have a good evening. Bye.
My name is Max Nazier. I live in Atlanta 30318, and I'd like to put a comment about the hearing tomorrow on the budget. I would like you guys to defund the police, not add a $12 million budget. I'd like you to take that money and instead bring it into the human social services, things that are going to help the neighborhood, things that are going to help the infrastructure and development, not for police. So once again, I'd like you to take the money away that you're putting towards police and this other helpful property.
Hi, this is Dakota Floyd. I'm a resident of Atlanta. I'm a teacher, and I'm just calling to urge you to please look at and defund the police department. Those funds need to be reallocated to mental health services and other social services around instead of just providing more and more funding to police officers who do not need to be responding to every call, especially non-emergencies. I would especially want you to take this into consideration after the recent stunt that's been pulled by several officers in multiple zones in Atlanta of just calling out sick. I know we're in the middle of a pandemic, but I also know that there aren't that many police officers coincidentally getting sick at the same time. And I think that's just sort of an embarrassment to the oath of office that they took to do that, because there are truly some emergencies happening. But yes, again, my name is Dakota. I would just love for you to consider the action of taking a lot of that police budget and putting it back into education or other social services. And that's all. Thank you very much for your time. And shout out to Antonio Brown. Bye.
Hello, this is Sarah Connolly, resident of the city of Atlanta. I'm calling because I feel like we live in a democratic society, and we've tried calling many times, and we've tried protesting to communicate our message to these people in the city council who supposedly represent us. I think that if they're listening to people, they would reduce the funding for the police department, but it doesn't seem like that has been happening. So I feel like if anything, there needs to be some sort of compromise with the public, with the city of Atlanta. And if they are not going to defund the police department, they're going to continue to give them a budget, then in that case, there should be strong conditions on this funding. I think that there should be clear, established community oversight. There should be strong accountability for any officers that have any form of misconduct. These are things that should be clearly in place, conditional on any budget for the police department. So accountability and oversight. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Laurel Hazelip. I am a resident in Druid Hills in DeKalb County, and I'm calling in regards to defunding the police, the Atlanta Police Department to be specific. Reimagining the police is not enough, but we demand a defunding of the police and cutting the budget by 50%, and then reallocating that money to alternative and community-based resources, such as the Department of Equity, diversion programs, such as pre-arrest diversion, other community-controlled programs. Also demand to defund and demolish the jail and ensure those proper resources are allocated to demolish the building on or before September 1st, 2020. I also would like to demand justice for our people. We want to fire the APD officers who killed Alexa Christian, Oscar Kane, DeAndre Phillips, and finally we want to fire Erica Shields from the Atlanta Police Department. These are Atlanta residents whose lives are being taken by Atlanta police members, and this isn't acceptable, and now is the time for change. This change is on y'all, and I hope that as a proud Atlanta resident, I will be proud of these changes that take place. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, my name is Maya Ray, and I reside in the Morningside neighborhood of Atlanta, Georgia. I am infuriated, disturbed, and calling for change as a result of our police officers murdering our citizens. So I have 3 demands. The first being to defund the police department and reallocate the resources to more effective community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety. The second would be to defund and demolish the jail, to move Atlanta further from violent policing and closer to equality, freedom, and wellness. And the third being to see justice for all people, that officers be held accountable for killing people, and that failing to address police killings in the past has accumulated distrust in the city of Atlanta and the value of Black life therein. So I really appreciate you taking the time to listen, and just know that the world is watching, we are watching, and this choice is very important.
Hi, my name is Emily Burke. I live in the city of Atlanta in DeKalb County. I really believe that the proposed fund for the police needs to be defunded. I think the police needs to be defunded, and also that what is proposed, about half of that, if not more, needs to go to educators in the school systems. It's really, really upsetting. My sister is a teacher, and I just found out she's getting a pay cut, and to find out that the police who are murdering their citizens are getting even more money than she would. I don't think that that's right. Thank you so much for listening to my comment. Bye.
Hi, my name is Eliza Nabnoom. I am a resident of Buckhead here in Atlanta. I fall under the jurisdiction of the 7th district here, and I am demanding that the police be defunded, that the $12 million aimed at the police be redirected to other resources that can be helpful in de-escalating tense situations without the need of police interference. Thank you.
Hey, my name is Matt Vance, and I live in the Piedmont Heights area of Atlanta. And I just wanted to call in my opinion regarding this new Atlanta City Council budget for the fiscal year 2021. Specifically with regards to the Atlanta police budget. I can't believe that this is still, you guys are still allocating for a raise for the Atlanta Police Department budget. I think that definitely needs to change. I think there needs to be a community-based public safety system, and that there definitely shouldn't be a raise in the budget. I also know that there are plans to demolish the jail already, so I think that definitely needs to be included into the budget, and then just reallocate resources into a much better public safety organizations and things like that. So again, I think there definitely needs to be some restructuring for the Atlanta Police Department, and I think it needs to be reflected in this new fiscal year budget.
Hi there, my name is Emily, and I live in Lindbergh area in South Buckhead. I am calling because I would not like the proposal to cut the executive offices, which contain the equity, diversity, inclusion, ending human trafficking, and immigration affairs, sustainability, and human services. I would like that proposal not go through to cut those budgets. In fact, I would actually like to defund the additional $12 million that's going to the police budget. I don't think that those resources should go there, and I would like the voices of the city to be heard, and that we need to fund other offices and not the police budget. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Alicia Mackler, and I live in Edgewood in Atlanta. I would like to ask the Atlanta City Council to consider defunding the Atlanta Police. I don't think that an additional $12 million added to the budget is necessary at all. In fact, I think that $12 million could be much better used in community services and redirected to services that would benefit folks, including mental health care, funding counselors, funding alternative child care locations, all kinds of different options that do not include police funding.
I also think that existing funding that has been allocated in the past to the police should be redistributed because, as we know, they are not well equipped to handle a myriad of different issues. In fact, they should only be focusing on strict police issues and not issues of mental health, domestic violence, and others. Thank you. I appreciate it. Bye.
Hi, my name is Allison Whitman. I'm a resident of Reynoldstown, and I'm calling to tell the City Council that reimagining police is not enough, and I'm pushing for us to get action and justice for Alexia Christian, who failed to follow policy and procedure. We should fire the APD officers who killed her. We should fire the APD officers who killed Oscar Kane, who failed to turn on his phone. They also failed to turn on their body cameras. And also please fire the police officers who killed DeAndre Phillips, who failed to follow police and procedure. Thank God that Erica Shields already left. Y'all, honestly, we really need to allocate funding away from the police, demilitarize, defund, and actually put some money into our different systems. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Catherine Lee, and I am a resident of Gresham Park, Atlanta, and I am a social worker. I'm calling to urge you as a social worker working within DeKalb County in our community to divert funding that would be used to increase the budget of the police operating within our communities and use that funding to contract with social service agencies who can provide support to mentally ill populations who represent a disproportionate number of the calls to which police are called to deal with. Police are not trained and are unable to deal with these calls in a way that a social worker would be. Please consider defunding the police and diverting that funding to rapid response social organizations within the community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zach Farr, and this is regarding the upcoming budget plan vote for 2021. And I was to comment for the meeting earlier this week about the possibility of defunding the police, and what we were up against was that $18 million that was going into the ACDC. And then what was proposed after that was a decrease in that number, but it was still more money being poured into that. And I don't know if that was meant to be a straw man away from even talking about defunding the police, because we were all focused on this detention center that was going to be closing anyway in an event capacity. So I'm not quite sure I understand what's going on there, if it was intentionally manipulative or if it just happened to work out that way. But I certainly hope that the conversation has shifted to what everybody's been clearly saying through the public comments and through yelling in the streets and being as loud as we possibly can, that we need to defund the police. We need to take funds out of the police force, out of these detention centers, and put them into things that actually will produce results, into community initiatives, into addiction management, into social work, into community arts, especially into communities that are primarily impoverished or that are primarily people of color, because reparations have to be made. And Atlanta really stands a chance of being a city that leads the way in that. It's a majority black city. It's a stronghold in a very red state, but a very progressive city. We're missing an opportunity here as Atlanta. So I really hope that we'll dig into our hearts and find that we have this opportunity that we don't want to squander and that people are loud and clear about it. Thank you.
My name is Timothy Harlow. As police walk out on the job, they walk out with our taxpayer money. You are throwing away funding on people who are doing a subpar job with their duties when they are actively performing them, and that's a generous interpretation. The current ordinances being introduced are a tepid response to these ongoing events, and genuine, significant steps must be taken. Your pathway is clear. Begin by phasing out these police off of the force, redistributing their salaries to pay for social workers, mental health professionals, and crisis workers to handle aspects of the current police duties that cannot be solved with a gun and handcuffs. I am disappointed that we are not leading the charge on this matter, but I will be satisfied if we can at least follow in the footsteps of Minneapolis, San Francisco, or Albuquerque. The prison and police police systems were developed hundreds of years ago. It's time that we look critically at why the government continues to think that this is an acceptable or humane way to deal with its problems. These are geographical solutions to socioeconomic issues, and locking people out of sight will not solve them. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Addressing these underlying factors and facilitating and will not facilitate activity, and you will find you will not need 12% of our budget to go to a police force. Time to move towards a better future, away from a culture that focuses on punishment and towards one that uplifts and supports. You had your chance to put us on this path. Don't throw away your shot.
Hi, my name is Julia Daly, and I'm in Grant Park. I'm calling to ask that you make the decision to defund the police and to not add any further investment in the police budget and to instead redirect funds and resources to community care initiatives. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Samantha Dean. I'm a resident of Virginia Highlands in Atlanta. I'm calling to request that Atlanta defund the police department in the 2021 budget at least by 50%. If it seems like a police force makes us safer, that's demonstrably untrue for your Black constituents who are targeted and regularly murdered in Atlanta and across the country by police. Continuing to claim that the system works or only needs reform is to deny that it has never worked for Black Americans. Reforming the police department is not an acceptable alternative to defunding it. To make our city safer, we need to put the money currently funding the police into social services. We need better and more equitable education, housing, food access, and public health services. We need social programs that protect our vulnerable citizens instead of target them. These are not controversial ideas in social science research. These types of fundamental changes work and make everyone safer. Atlanta needs to move money from the police department to social services that help its citizens. Please do not continue to pump hundreds of millions of dollars into a racist, broken system. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Zoe Gardner, and I live in Ormwood Park in Atlanta. And I am calling because I would like to demand police defunding. I think it's important for the money to go back into the community in ways that will actually help people rather than terrorize and murder people.
My name is Ariana Sharon Ward, and I'm a resident of Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm calling because the job of a policeman or woman is not more sacred than the humanity of a Black person, period. Police are not paid executioners, but when that's what you when you advocate for their right to kill, that is what you're advocating for. Killing is not their job, and you can ask yourself why you're okay with that. I live in Atlanta, and I darn sure don't want any of my tax dollars used to pay the salary of a cowardly race soldier who shoots Black people in the back and then kicks them before they die. For some perspective, it would cost about $20 billion to effectively eliminate homelessness in the U.S. It would cost about $34 billion to ensure free college for every American, but we spent $100 billion on the police. So I have several demands. Defund the APD and reallocate the resources. Defund and demolish the jail. Close it before July 1st, 2020, and commit to its demolition before September 1st, 2020. I also demand justice for our people. Reopen investigations into all Atlanta Police Department killings since 2017 and develop a community tribunal to assess use of force and take steps to hold APD officers accountable. Fire the APD officers who killed Alexia Christian, who failed to follow police procedures, Oscar Kane, who failed to turn on their body cameras according to the APD policy, and the officer who killed DeAndre Phillips, who failed to follow policy and procedure. Fire Erica Shields from the Atlanta Police Department.
Hello, my name is Ann Stark. I'm a resident of Atlanta in Cobb County, and I would really like to urge you to defund the police and reroute much of that money to community-based care, such as enhanced social work, education, and just more targeted care for communities that are currently over-policed. Thank you so much, and I cannot wait to see what you guys do.
Hi, my name is Rachel Chin, and I am a resident of DeKalb County. My comment for the forum is to say that it is almost
it's not almost, it is immoral to defund programs that benefit the community in a objectively positive way, like funding for sustainability as well as for ending sex trafficking, and then to allocate those funds to the Atlanta police, and not simply allocate them, as well as find more money within the budget to increase the police budget. I believe that recent events have brought to light many abuses of the police force, and I strongly believe that continuing to further fund what has been an instrument of brutality in our community can be pretty negative, and most definitely will have negative consequences. At the same time, I do understand the role of the police, but they have been militarized almost, and they've been proven, at least lately in recent events, to be doing more harm to the community than good. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tara Winston, and I'm calling from the Brookwood neighborhood of Buckhead. City Council, I'm calling for you to defund the police. Reimagining policing is not enough, and it's not working. We need to defund APD and reallocate the resources. We should establish a reimagining public safety plan for a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle APD and build a new community-based and community-controlled public safety system. The 2021 budget should be cut by 50% to APD, reducing their scope of work. And those funds should be reallocated to alternatives that are community-based resources, such as the Department of Equity diversion programs, such as the pre-arrest diversion and other community-controlled programs. You need to not begin the hiring process of a new chief of police until a community-based council can be formed to review APD scope of work and disperse hiring decision-making power across a community review committee. We need to decrease the officer-to-resident ratio and demilitarize the APD through assessing the use of riot gear, chemical, and lethal weapons use. We need to demolish the jail. ACDC should be closed by July 1st, and we need to reimagine the ACDC task force policy recommendations. Please reopen the case for Alexia Christensen and fire those officers who were not following policy or procedure. Fire the officers who killed Officer Oscar Kane, who failed to turn on their body cameras. Fire the officer who killed DeAndre Phillips.
Hi, I'm calling with several comments, and I can't use any indecorous language. But for the last 30 years, the Atlanta City Council has taken a leading role in creating the kind of policing that killed Rayshard Brooks. Year after year, you've introduced and passed legislation to turn the everyday activities of Black people and poor people into criminal acts. Every single one of the so-called quality of life ordinances was introduced and passed by this city council, and you should be ashamed of yourself. The city council supported and funded the building of an extra jail for the 1996 Olympics and has funded it for decades, each year approving millions of dollars to be spent locking up Black people for the most petty and minimal of offenses. Given the chance to right these wrongs and close the jail, you've made excuses and dragged your feet. Most of you have balked because you were so pleased that the chief jailer sent prisoners to your district to pick up trash for free. The jail remains open, and that's slavery, and you have co-signed on slavery in 2020. I hope you can look yourself in the mirror and explain to your family and your children and your descendants how you contributed to funding slavery in America in 2020 because you love having free labor come and pick up your trash for free. Given the chance to right these wrongs and implement sweeping bail reform, current members carved out exceptions, watered down provisions, and hindered full implementation. Given the chance to right these wrongs and fund alternatives to 911 and arrest, you threw pennies at programs while increasing the police budget by millions. We are calling for the Atlanta City Council and the mayor to stop defunding an indefensible system. We're calling on the city to take responsibility for your part in creating this culture, system, and institution of policing that this country has suddenly and finally come to see first. In effect, your defensiveness is shameful, your foot dragging is inexcusable. It's your responsibility to start the work of completing the reconstructing of the systems of safety and wellness in this city. And we're here to hold you accountable for doing just that. This is not the end of this. This is just the beginning. If you can do.
Hello,
My name is Akese Knight. I live in Atlanta. Love the city, but there's too much money going to the police. There's bar endowments. It's unfair. Can increase that. Needs to be redistributed. Leave a comment. You know, I don't have much power outside of this. So, defund the police, my final list.
My name is Anna LeBur, and I'm a resident of East Atlanta Village. I'm calling to leave a message asking that in light of the excessive police force in reaction to peaceful protesting recently by the Atlanta Police Department, that the police department be defunded and that the money be allocated to Police Department of Planning and Community Development, Departments of Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs, the Department of Ethics, and then there's also the Atlanta Citizens Review Board. I'm concerned that as Dr. Fauci just mentioned, that we're still in the first wave of the pandemic and COVID-19 cases are rising, that our city is facing a deficit and that there's not enough money going towards Department of Human Resources and towards the safeguarding of healthcare for Atlanta citizens. And I think that it's irresponsible for an increase in the budget for the Police Department when the public health of our citizens is being ignored. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erica Miranda in Old Fourth Ward, and I'm asking that you defund the police in Atlanta for the budget of 2021. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Emily Longacre, and I'm calling in regards to the Atlanta city budget. I think that's disgraceful that there is $1 going. It needs to be put into the communities, into health access and education and public housing resources. I hope you take this into consideration. Thank you. In my leading role, your city places attorney every day. Every single one of the so-called quality of life ordinances was introduced and passed by this city council. The council supported and funded the building of an extra jail for the 1986 Olympics and has funded it for decades, approving millions and millions of dollars every single year to arrest and lock up Black people for petty minimal offenses. This council has supported and funded a police force that prioritizes harassing and arresting poor Black people and trans people and queer people who make white tourists and visitors uncomfortable. Given the chance to right these wrongs and close city jail, you made excuses and dragged your feet. Many of you fought because you were so pleased that the chief jailer sent prisoners to your district to pick up trash for free. That's slavery. It's 2020, and you are culpable, and I hope you can go home and look at your children and your family and explain to them how you have approved legislation that continues to allow slavery in 2020. Given the chance to right these wrongs and find alternatives to 911 and arrest you through pennies of programs while increasing the police budget by millions. Given the chance to right these wrongs and implement sweeping bail reform, current members carved out exceptions, watered down provisions, and hindered full implementation. We are calling for the city council and the mayor to stop defunding an indefensible system. I'm calling on the city to take responsibility for your part in creating this culture, system, and institution of policing that this country has suddenly and finally come to see for its ineffectiveness and its brutality. We're calling on each of you to acknowledge the role you played in funding and supporting the system of policing that killed Ray Sharples, and I don't know how you can sleep at night. Your defensiveness is shameful, your foot dragging is inexcusable, and it is your responsibility to start the work of reconstructing these systems immediately. No taxation without representation, so don't expect my money if you can't pull up and do your job.
Hello, my name is Bagzi Azula, and I live in Fulton County in Johns Creek. And I wanted to ask the city council to defund the police, use the funds for other sectors like education, housing, public transport, at least the master. Defund the police. Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Sarah O'Brien. I live in Grant Park. I'm a business owner. I own 3 bakeries and an ice cream shop in Grant Park, Inman Park, and Summerhill. I'm calling to express that I think that the police budget should not be increased. I think it should be decreased. I think that money should be reallocated to services for the homeless, to schools, to helping to make this city a more equitable place to live for everyone in it. And I think that the last thing that we need to do is give the police more money. So I hope that you will consider ways that treating our citizens better from birth through better education would serve to just help the society be a much better place than it is today. Thank you. Bye.
Hi there, my name is Madeline Tolk, and I am a Midtown resident. I used to live in Buckhead, but now I live in Midtown. Please adjust the city council budget, divest from criminalization, and invest in public health. I do not agree with the cuts from the executive offices, which include equity, diversity, inclusion, ending human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services, which need to be boosted. Their budget should be far greater than that of the police funding. Definitely hard no to the $12 billion police addition to the budget. There was already a $5 million increase last year. Got funded for more equipment and pay raises, so I'm not sure what is going into that $12 million. I strongly encourage you to divest from the police and invest in human services, ending human trafficking, all those other offices in the executive offices, or under the executive offices. Thank you very much. I hope you consider these requests. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Madeline Parnell. I'm a recent graduate of Georgia Tech, and I live in Midtown. I just have to say, it just really doesn't seem like you're really there for the people, Keisha. Like, I understand what you think you are doing, which is adding more body cameras and more training and whatever the hell to the police agenda. But no matter what, those things are not going to actually serve anyone or be useful if the people using them do not use them properly. And as we've seen multiple times, over and over and over, that just doesn't work. We've seen reforms like this, billions of dollars to this is not going to help. It's just simply not going to help. Please defund the police. Please listen to those people. People are in the streets every single day in Atlanta, and you are not listening to them. You're not listening to them. You know that the cops that shot that person are not. It's just disgusting. I'm disgusted with Atlanta. I really am just disgusted with the APD. This is just a human rights violation on all levels. I'm tired of my Black friends not being able to act normally around someone who's supposed to protect them. This is not normal. This is not normal. Keisha, this is not normal. Please do better. Please, the love of God, do better. Thank you. Bye.
Hey, this is Jerry Sangehi. I live in Belvedere Park, and I have a simple message. Defund police. Thank you.
My name is Ellie, and I live in Fulton Heights. I'm calling to demand that the City Council vote to defund and disarm the police and invest funds into social services, housing, education, health, and other community resources. They should aim to dismantle the police force and build a nonviolent crisis response team composed of a variety of professionals better equipped to handle community issues without violence. By ignoring these demands, the council would be enabling a racist system and approving violence and police brutality.
Hi, my name is Caroline Long. I'm a resident of Ansley Park in Midtown. I'm calling in regards to the proposed budget for the next fiscal year. I was kind of upset to see that it's planning
positions. And also to add 12 million to the police budget, that seems like a lot. I was sort of thinking maybe we could cut some of that and redistribute it to other areas. That's my thought. Thank you for listening. Bye.
William Sherman. I am requesting that you invest more money into community-based services such as Social Security. You know, we have a whole lot of homeless people here. We could help if there was something more involved. I know there's a lot of disparities between the rich and the poor, so maybe some community outreach for that to help the less fortunate get back on their feet, find jobs, and help the economy that way. And I noticed that you're spending a large amount of the budget on the police, and I don't feel like you need to spend that much more on the police. So take the money out of that and invest in your communities. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Claudia. I live in DeKalb County, the neighborhood of Brookhaven. I'm calling because we cannot have an increase in the police budget. I'm calling to defund. Let's put that money into communities that need it, into education, into community, grow the community. Let's put the money into better customers. So I'm calling for defunding the police. Instead of what the mayor is asking right now, he's increasing the police budget, and we cannot have that done right now. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Quincy Staley. I live in the Buckhead neighborhood of Atlanta, and I'm calling to request that you please reduce the funding for the police department and instead funnel more funding to the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion offices, the Anti-Human Trafficking Office, the Immigrant Affairs Office, the Sustainability Office, and the Human Services Office. Again, this is Quincy Staley. I live in Buckhead. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anisha Naidu. I live in Midtown. Please reconsider the way our budget will be spent during this decision. I believe that we need to really reconsider where you're spending money. We need to defund the police, and I don't mean that as just an inflammatory Twitter or tweet. I mean that we need to seriously look at where the money is being spent, and we need to refocus it on human services. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angie Swift. I live in West Midtown Atlanta, and I am calling in preparation for the budget meeting tomorrow, June 19th. I would like to have the budget be reallocated to defending police departments and having the budget reallocated to the communities, inner city schools, so any type of like mental health programs, etc. So that would be wonderful. Thank you. Bye. Hello, this is Sarah Connolly. I'm a resident of the city of Atlanta. I'm calling to strongly urge the City Council to defund the Atlanta Police Department. I think an increase in their budget is completely unacceptable and against the demands of all of the protesters and the residents of this city, which you're supposed to be serving. I think that while they do work hard, they don't deserve an increase at this moment. I think that if anything, we should be defunding the police department and rerouting those funds into other more creative community safety avenues that have been shown to be actually effective instead of murdering the residents of our city. So please consider defunding the police. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Nicole Sherman. I live in Buckhead in Atlanta. I'm calling because I would like to ask you to spend less money on the police department this year and to try some alternative methods. I took a look at the budget, and I don't think that spending quite so much money on equipment is the best allocation. I am also requesting that you spend less money on the prison system, up to the point of even just letting almost everybody go. I understand that this might sound drastic, but I genuinely think it's time to try something different, and spending less money on police is a great place to start. I'm not saying no police. I just think arming them is no way to conduct ourselves into special situations, we might all be safer and have less guns carried around all the time. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Martin. I am a resident and homeowner in the city of Atlanta in the neighborhood of Peoplestown. I'm City Council District 1 and PUV. I'm calling to request that the Atlanta Police Department be defunded. Specifically, the proposal that is currently under review to raise the budget by $12 million is unacceptable, especially in light of the current abuses that we've seen in our own city, very close to my home, in my neighborhood, and it needs to stop. And the money needs to go to other areas of the city budget that can help alleviate the overburdening of the police department. They should not be called in to deal with issues relating to homelessness, mental health, personal disputes, anything along those lines. They're here to serve, they're here to protect, they're not here to murder, they're not here to antagonize, and they don't need an extra $12 million. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Connor Banker. I am in the Morningside area of Brookhaven. I think it is a necessity that we have the conversation about this budget that is considering to be passed. I also think that it's important that we consider the fact that part of that budget is going to police in the current climate. And I would encourage the City Council to heavily consider defunding the police, at least to the point where officers are allowed to reapply for their jobs and are, sent through an actual vetting system and a training process, which is rigorous enough to meet the standards of the situation we now face, which is a situation that is paramount to a citizen base, which is no longer in trust and no longer feeling that they are protected by the government, but feeling that they are under siege from their government. Please consider defunding the police. Have an actual conversation about it. Don't just propose what amounts to lame bills that will pass. And I mean lame in the classical political sense. Lame bills that will fail, and they are meant to fail. Please have an actual conversation about police conduct and police brutality. This is important to our community, and as someone who has always supported the APD as a good example of community policing, I am disgusted to see what I have in the last few days. So please, restore that faith that I had in our policing, because it no longer exists. Please, have the conversation.
Hi, I'm Rachel Provo. I live in the Midtown area. I'm calling about the proposed budget. It is preposterous. It's an insane amount of money to spend to the police department who does nothing for our city anymore. I would like to advocate to defund the police and for those to go to mental health services and to the executive offices of equity, diversity, and inclusion, and human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services, especially the homeless services. Please take this into consideration and defund the police. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maya Ray, and I live in the Morningside neighborhood of Atlanta, Georgia. I am calling as a citizen appalled, disturbed, and infuriated by the murders perpetrated by police in the city of Atlanta. I have 3 demands that I would like to see as the first step to a new vision for public safety. The first is to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate those resources to more effective community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety. Yes, I said defund the Atlanta Police Department. Second would be to defund and demolish the jail. To move Atlanta further from violent protesting, police violence.
Hi, my name is Dana Haddad. I live in the North Druid Hills neighborhood of Atlanta, and I'm calling to strongly urge you to defund the police.
especially in regards to tomorrow's meeting. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leanna Usher, and I am calling as a constituent of Atlanta. I am calling for the immediate request that the police be defunded and the funds relocated to other community services. There's an absolute horrific thing that we are going through as a nation, and police are a huge part of that. And right now, they're getting away with murder, and they have for hundreds of years, and it's got to stop. We've got to relocate the funds to other, way more important sections of our government. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Hamilton, and my family and I are begging you to defund police and to move these funds to somewhere where they can actually help everybody in society, and not just white people in power. So please think about that carefully in your vote tomorrow and make sure that our money and our government is actually going to where it should be. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Edie Sinclair. I do not live in Atlanta, but I work in Inman Park, and before the COVID-19 pandemic, I spent over 40 hours a week in the city. Next year, we'll be moving inside the perimeter, and I want to be sure I'm in a city that supports its citizens. I'm calling to implore you to reassess the 2021 budget. I would like to see less money going towards policing and more money for social programs and public transportation. I'm asking to decrease the officer-to-resident ratio and demilitarize the Atlanta Police Department. Social programs that fit the needs of our people will do more good than heavy policing ever will. I want to see an Atlanta that uses funds to fix the roots of problems rather than policing the symptoms. Thank you for your time.
Hello, this is Fulton County resident Antoinette E. Edwards, calling in regards to your vote on fiscal year 2021. I am calling in regards to the proposed cuts to the executive offices. Please do not cut these offices. We need these offices. What we do not need is a $12 million proposed budget increase for the police department. We are asking that you defund this police department and please put the money towards something that will build up, protect, and serve our communities. Thank you.
My name is Jeff Hilla. I'm a Cabbagetown resident calling out of concern for the current 2021 city budget proposal. I'm disappointed in the current budget's $12.1 million increase in police funding. I believe those funds would be better used in funding programs that are actually beneficial to our community. I'm requesting that you decrease the APD budget for 2021, increase the budget for social programs, including programs for homeless, social workers, healthcare, affordable housing, and our school systems.
Hi, my name is Melissa Florkowski. I'm a resident of East Atlanta. I'm just calling to express that I think it's very important for the city of Atlanta to consider the demands of the people of the city who are calling for you to defund the police and reallocate these resources. These specific points go to things such as creating a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle APD and build a community-based, community-controlled public safety system, cutting the fiscal year 2021 budget for the police department by 50%, and reallocating these dollars to alternative and community-based resources. Also, the hiring process for new chief of police should not happen until a community-based council can be formed. In addition, the jail, I'm calling to request that the jail be closed by July 1st, and that it is demolished by September 1st as well. Finally, I'm going to request that APD, or that the APD killings since 2017 are investigated, that these investigations are reopened, and that we take steps to hold officers accountable. This includes the killings of Alexia Christian, Oscar Kane, and DeAndre Phillips. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, my name is Becca Gross. I live in the Buckhead neighborhood of Atlanta, City Council District 7. I'm calling to leave public comment on the proposed fiscal year 21 budget.
I do not support a reimagining of the police or an increase in the police budget. As your constituent, I ask that you defund the police. I wish to see a 5 to 7 year plan developed which dismantles the APD and builds a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. And as a start, I request the fiscal year 2021 budget include a 50% budget cut to the APD. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Sparks. I live in a neighborhood called Woodland Hills, which is part of NPUW. And I'm calling to say today that I would like to do more than reimagine the police, as Mayor Bottoms outlined in her speech on Monday. I think that we need to do much more in terms of sending social workers and medical workers and non-policemen to types of incidents that happened the other week and resulted in the killing of Rayshard Brooks. So again, my stance is we should be more than just reimagining the police. We should be making sure that social services, medical services, and other kinds of public services are being called in when crime is not occurring, but 911 has been called. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Kelsey Bulkey, and I'm a concerned citizen living in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling to request that the City of Atlanta not increase the Atlanta Police Department's budget by $12 million and instead reallocate those funds to things such as education and mental health services. My hope is that we can begin to defund the police department's budget in order to begin to address and fund some of the underlying issues in our city, such as affordable housing, equitable access to a good education, income inequality, access to mental health and substance abuse services, and housing for individuals who are homeless. The world is watching us right now, and I hope that Atlanta will be on the right side of history. Thank you.
I am Anna Forrest. I am a citizen of Atlanta. I'm asking to ask you guys not to add $12 million to the police budget. Please don't make me feel safe. They do not need more equipment. I'm asking you guys to defund them, allocate those funds appropriately, stop adding to the problem. As a citizen, I will have to say, I don't think adding more money to the budget has improved the police force at all, as seen last week in Atlanta. So please, as a citizen, I am asking you, do not continue to allocate funds and increase their budget because they are not improving. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Meininger. I am part of the Cabbagetown District. I'm calling to demand the over $12 million police budget be cut by at least 50% and reallocated to fund the executive offices, in particular the Office of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, as well as the Office of Human Services. How dare you even contemplate giving raises to murderers, while the most vulnerable in Atlanta are forced to go without food and shelter because of your disgusting inability to fund services that will take care of us. You should be ashamed.
Hi there, my name is Celine Evers. I guess representing the neighborhood of Chester, Virginia, as well as the Richmond local area. Just calling to see why you guys were defunding certain executive offices and not the police. You're putting $12 million into the police budget. Last year there was $5 million. So I just wanted to know, maybe, is there an explanation for that? Have your police officers done a extraordinary job this year? Either way, I suppose my comment would be try to put more funding back into the executive offices that want to end human trafficking and work on sustainability. I'm sure that's a really big problem, especially in the hurricane-sensitive areas. Human services as well as homeless services too. So if you guys could maybe defund the police and fund these humanity-related offices, that would be great. That's my comment. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Chris, and I live in Midtown part of Atlanta. And I'm calling to urge you to defund the Atlanta police, not reimagine police or give them more resources or more money, it is imperative that we defund APD and reallocate resources to more social programs and not to the police, especially given the fact that there are a lot of private resources, including the Atlanta Police Fund, already donating to Atlanta Police. I once again think it's imperative to defund the police.
Hello, my name is Joey Shea. I'm a resident of Midtown, and I am in District 2 in your Faroese District. I wanted to call and express my support for defunding the Atlanta Police Department. And I just want to say that I don't think it's possible to reimagine police if you're not going to change the budget, especially considering how many services we ask that community of people and that community of professionals to provide that we will need to keep up with, that have no need for a use of force or even a potential threat of force. So I hope that you all consider being more creative and backing up the desires of the community with action on the budget tomorrow morning. Thank you for your time.
Hi, this is Savannah Smith. I live in Claremont, Great Lakes, and I saw that you all are holding a meeting tomorrow for the City of Atlanta, the council, voting on the budget. And I was just calling to say that I don't think that the police should be further funded. If anything, the police need to be defunded. I don't believe that pay raises are necessary for cops. Majority of them need more training than 8 weeks, or even more training than 3 months. We need background training. We need training on how to calm situations rather than their first instinct being shooting to kill, which is in Atlanta is majority of cases. Police officers need to learn how to be more calm in situations and learn how to take control of a situation rather than shooting to kill. I think that the money should mostly go to the Offices of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, the Offices of Human Trafficking, the ending of human trafficking, Immigrant Affairs, Sustainability, and Human Services, which has social programs like homeless services. Not only that, but signature bonds and needs assessment in first appearance court, and to end participation in the DILEE program, a program where APD is trained by the Israeli government, bringing Israel's dangerous genocidal tactics against Palestinians to weaponize against the residents of Atlanta. I don't believe any of that is called for. So yeah, that's my 2 cents. Do as you wish, but I overall think that the police need to be defunded. If anything, no further funding should go into their equipment. If anything else, it should go into more training. Overall, the police should be defunded. There's no reason why police officers should only have 4 weeks of training and be able to serve and protect the country, much less the city of Atlanta. Defund the police.
Hi, my name is Avery Ann Wheatley, and I live on Sims Street in Pittsburgh, Atlanta. And I just wanted to leave a comment saying that I wish we would defund the police and we would use those funds for the community instead, and we would go through police reform, not getting rid of some, but make it easier and more efficient at getting people what they need without it being overbearing. For instance, specific traffic violation cops that don't carry guns like the ones that would deal with drug busts. So I would prefer us, if I were to choose, to defund the police, focus on the community, and, just make Atlanta better altogether. Thank you.
Hey there, my name is Christina Cohen. I live in Marietta, Georgia. I believe that reimagining the police is not enough to make the change we as a community so desperately need. I'm asking City Council to defund the police, as the Racial Justice Action Center and Women on the Rise have demanded to reconstruct the systems of wellness and safety in the city. I urge City Council to plan to defund the APD and relocate their resources, such as funding education, after-school programs in low-income areas, providing affordable housing, social worker and mental health services, basically putting funds into taking care of low-income communities, treating it as you would a white community. Officers must be held accountable for killing people. We need justice for our people, and all the past police killings that have accumulated must be held accountable, such as the officers officers that killed Alexio Christian, Oscar Keene, and DeAndre Phillips. We must value Black lives. Thank you, guys.
Hi, my name is Jason Bossenberg. I live in Sylvan Hills. I'm telling you that reimagining police is completely not enough to the demands that need to happen in order for the safety of Black communities, the safety of brown communities, the safety of immigrant communities. As made clear with the killing of Rayshard Brooks, it is clear that the APD has failed to improve public safety and wellness. So I'm asking for the following: to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources to community projects and projects that prevent the cause of crime in the first place, such as food security, shelter, and the like. I'm asking to defund and demolish the jails, and as well as justice for the people. The city of Atlanta has a duty to hold the APD accountable for the lives it has taken, and the allowance of killer cops on the streets and no justice taken is a dangerous precedent for our city. Thank you so much.
My name is Benjamin Soslow, and I live in DeKalb County. And I think that this new budget proposal is absolutely outrageous. The fact that we're considering giving the police more equipment, especially military equipment, is absolutely ridiculous in a time like this. And I think that this funding should instead go either to police training, who keep getting killed in our neighborhoods, or into Black education, Black neighborhoods, and other things that will help this issue as a whole. I think you can hear the people talking, and no one wants the police to be funded more, except for the actual police. We need to get the police unions out of government's pocket, and we need to actually do a better job of making change in this neighborhood. Thanks. Bye.
Hello, my name is Rich Tomaso, and I live in Candler Park in District 2 of Atlanta. And I'm calling to defund the police. I feel that any reforms that have been tried have not been very effective, and just paying the police more money is not the answer. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Shegadevich, and I live in Grant Park in Atlanta, and I agree. I think we should defund the police and put money more towards equity, diversity, and inclusion, ending human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services.
Hello, my name is Kelsey Russo. I am a resident of Grove Park in Atlanta. And I was calling to voice some concern on the budget meeting for police, adding $12 million to the police budget. My concern stems from having those funds allocated to more community-oriented programs, like human services and social programs, homelessness, addiction, community outreach. I think those dollars would go a lot farther if they were reallocated to other programs. So I hope the City Council takes this into consideration, and thank you so much for your time.
My name is Julia Oliver, and I am a resident of Kirkwood. I love Atlanta fiercely, and I hope it can remain a place where change is possible. I know that real change does not come from working from inside a broken system, but rather by creating a brand new one. Your current budget proposal is not a reflection of possible change. It is increased investment into what we already know does not work. I urge you to please begin the necessary steps towards divesting critical funding from the police department. I ask you to instead reallocate funds to our schools, affordable housing, healthcare, infrastructure, and other community resources. Our communities deserve this. Atlanta is looking to you to keep our city on the right side of history. I hope that you won't let us down. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Shahar Rizaholizadeh. I live in Kirkwood. And not only do I think we should defund the police, but I think we need police reform. I think that their umbrella doesn't need to be so big. I think there are things that, they need to address. And I think there are things that the police
should be responsible for, but there are a lot of things that they don't need to handle that cause more harm than good. Because one, they're not trained enough. So training needs to excuse me for cursing, but we need to train them more. Not only do we need to do that, but we need to give them less responsibilities. They don't need to be handling mental health. They don't need to be handling domestic abuse cases. We could donate, or we could designate money for that elsewhere to psychologists or to therapists, to counselors. Yeah. Thank you. On the police.
Hello, my name is Colleen Miner, and I currently reside in Fulton County. I'm calling in regards to the City Council budget that is supposed to be decided tomorrow on Friday, the 19th of June. I'm calling to say that I do not agree with adding millions of dollars to the police budget. I believe in defunding the police and giving the funds meant to be decided to be given to the police. I believe that funds should be given to the executive offices instead of cut from them. We need to be divesting in the police and investing in structures that will build the community and members of the community, not take away from them. Thank you so much, and have a good day.
As a longtime resident of Castleberry Hill, I've watched Black people that make up my community be displaced, disadvantaged, and killed in their own neighborhoods. I'm calling for several changes that I demand to see prior to Wednesday, July 1st, 2020. The first demand is to completely and permanently defund Atlanta Police Department. The second demand is to completely and permanently defund and demolish the jail. The third demand is for justice for the Black Atlanta and accountability of their harm. This includes redistributing monies from the closing of the aforementioned anti-Black institutions and enforcers. This money should go towards the collective care and healing of the Black community within Atlanta through services providing education, health, and mental health care, housing and social services, and other resources towards this community.
Hi, my name is Brittany Cardoza, and I live in Old Fourth Ward. I'm calling today to address the budget vote that's meant to happen tomorrow on Friday, and I'm calling to say that I oppose the budget cut, the $1.2 million being cut from the executive offices, and I oppose the budget addition to the police department. I think that the mayor has been quite an ally to the Black community, but if the city is going to practice what they're preaching, then we need to put more of our money into the community as opposed to more money into policing, and that's really what the country is looking for right now, and I think that Atlanta can be a place that can set an example. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Barnes. I live in District 2. I'm calling to amplify the demands of the community of Atlanta and the community organizations working in Atlanta. I ask that you cut funding for the police by at least half for the upcoming fiscal year. I ask that you decrease the officer to resident ratio. And I ask that you close the jail by July 1st of this year and adopt the recommendations of the Reimagine ACDC task force. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Neelam Sadani, and I live in West Midtown, Fulton County, Liberty Park neighborhood. Just leaving a message in regards to the budget meeting that you guys have tomorrow and the importance of increasing budget for equity, diversity, inclusion, more budget towards ending human trafficking. We have one of the biggest airports in the country, and we're also known for the worst sex trafficking that are immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services. And lastly, the biggest thing I want to come across is defunding the police. You guys can diverse and put that money in other sectors of better education for the police, better training, but there's no reason there should be an increase in their pay in the police at all. We should defund the police. Thank you. 404-435-5038.
Hi, my name is Jessie Lewis, and I live in Virginia Highlands here in Atlanta. And I just want to say, defund the Atlanta Police Department and divest any current funding into community endeavors that benefit us, that as a community, as a partner, where is the serve and protect and serve when it comes to the police? I have not experienced it. Many others have not experienced it. And so, as someone who has loved this city for the whole time I've lived here, almost 10 years now, seen its growth through so much, why not we grow this way?
Hi, Atlanta City Council. My name is Margaret Stewart, and I'm a resident of the Candler Park neighborhood in the city of Atlanta. I am calling you today to tell you that when you vote tomorrow, please vote to defund the police, not give them a $5,000 raise. The police brutality, even in this city, is an epidemic, and it's not going to change with any sort of reimagining or retraining or restructuring. No, the only way to fix this is to defund the police and to spend those funds on other social services that can actually help make our communities safer and more sustainable. All right, having police respond to concerns that citizens have where an armed officer doesn't need to show up is just ineffective and a waste of our taxpayer dollars. So I'd really encourage you to defund the police and reallocate those funds to social services instead, which are the things that the people in the city of Atlanta really care about, including me. Thanks for listening to my voicemail.
Hi, my name is Skyler Simpson, and I live in Smyrna, Georgia. And I'm calling because I want the city of Atlanta to defund the police department. It's obvious that this needs to happen. They're already receiving way too much money from the city and from the nation itself. So that's what I would like to happen, and I hope that you guys can do your part to help achieve one of these goals, and the goal being defunding the police. Thank you. Have a good day.
Hello, my name is Nicholas Newell. I live in 30317, and I am calling to request that you do not pass the bill increasing funding for the police, but instead redirect money from the police toward other public projects such as the school system, parks and recreation, and other community resources. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Hi, I'm Alan Woodall. I live in Reynoldstown. We need to defund the APD, not just reimagine or review it. I stand with community organizations across Atlanta in calling for a decrease of 50% to the APD's fiscal year 2021 budget. Money should be reallocated to community control programs, and a long-term plan should be created to dismantle APD and replace it with a new community-based public safety system. I also joined the call to close the ACDC by July 1st, as promised, and adopt the reimagined ACDC task force's recommendation to decriminalize the city code. Finally, I also demand that the city reopen investigations into all APD killings since 2017 and develop a community tribunal to assess use of force and hold officers accountable. Keep your promises, protect your citizens, close the jail, and defund APD so we can build something better in its place.
My name is Trevor May. I'm a resident of the Virginia Highlands neighborhood. I'm calling to adamantly voice my opinion in defunding the Atlanta Police Department for the upcoming 2021 fiscal year. I would like the council to reduce the APD budget as much as they possibly can and build towards a future that reimagines our police department and builds a new community-based and community-controlled public safety system. I would like for the 2021 budget to reflect a reduction in the APD scope of work, including relieving officers from all other forms of quality of life policing. I believe that money saved from defunding the Atlanta Police Department should be allocated to community building efforts such as affordable housing, better access to health care, and increased education funding in impoverished and Black communities. By doing so, by actually investing in the quality of life in these poor communities, you are decreasing these citizens' motivation and willingness to participate in criminal activities. You are giving them access to better quality of life through legal and meaningful ways. Therefore, there will be less crime to be policed. Additionally, I believe this council should strongly consider measures that other cities like San Francisco has unarmed, trained social workers to respond to non-violent threats so that we don't have to rely on armed officers to de-escalate non-escalated situations.
Hello, my name is Rachel Buckfuel. I live in the Avondale Estates neighborhood, and I'm calling to request that the police be defunded and these funds to be reallocated throughout the community where is needed. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Colton Middleton, and I'm a resident of Atlanta Council District 6 and a graduate student studying public health at Emory University's Rollins School of Public Health. I'm calling today to demand that Atlanta City Council, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, and other decision makers take the necessary steps to restructure and specifically defund our city's police. I urge us to move unneeded money away from a massive police budget to programs to communities that really need it. This doesn't have to decrease the wages of law enforcement officers that will continue to work, but I demand that we demilitarize the police and cut down on its size greatly. Reforms such as body cams, bias training, de-escalation training, and police community encounters have shown to not be effective. This is evidence seen as Rayshard Brooks is still dead, and the police officer that killed him had undergone multiple trainings just this year. Increasing police budgets and neglecting other programs, especially harmful for communities of color. With such a large budget devoted to the police, the answer to all our problems becomes policing, and police responses don't typically act in the interest of poor communities of color, often just resulting in increased imprisonment or the death of the residents that live there, rather than fighting the underlying causes, such as poverty, of what we consider crimes. We must divest from the police and invest in areas disproportionately affected by poverty and a lack of infrastructure, and invest in community initiatives and grassroots issues. I'd like us to note how our current grants and community development budget is only $300,000 compared to a $217 million police budget. We also must support non-police solutions to social problems, especially today. For instance, would you rather have the Atlanta Police Department have an extra canister of tear gas to have protesters, or our hospital to have an extra ventilator and personal protective equipment? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aaron Layson. I live in the Old Fort Ward. I've been here for 9 years now. I'm calling to request a significant redistribution of funds regarding the police department. I think cosmetic changes to the police department are not enough. I think the department needs to be defunded. I think the assets need to be redistributed to public service systems for the benefit of the entire community. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Catherine Nurses. I live in Decatur, Georgia, and I am calling about the city budget to let you know that reimagining the Atlanta Police Department is not enough. We need to be defunding the police, specifically by cutting 50% of APD scope of work in the FY21 budget, and we can start with relieving officers from all forms of quality of life policing. Additionally, these dollars saved from reducing the budget should be reallocated to alternatives and community-based resources, which can include but should not be limited to the newly formed Department of Equity, diversion programs such as pre-arrest diversion, and other community-controlled programs. Additionally, we should be decreasing the officer-to-resident ratio and be demilitarizing the APD through their access and use of riot gear, chemical, and lethal weapons of use. none of these are appropriate for community policing. And additionally, these resources should not be going to a system that is designed to intentionally hurt Black, Indigenous, and people of color. These funds should be used to invest in communities.
Hello, my name is Jordan Chen. I live in District 9 of the city of Atlanta. I'm calling to ask that the 2021 fiscal year budget for the Atlanta Police Department be defunded and reallocated to better serve communities for community-based alternatives to policing. Simply reimagining the police as we know it is not enough. As you've seen over the past few days, the APD has not only failed in their duty to serve the community, but has actively been oppressing the Black citizens of Atlanta, and this cannot continue. Imagine that the APD budget for the 2021 fiscal year be cut by at least 50% by reducing the scope of work covered by APD officers. And any money saved in this cut should be allocated to community-based alternatives, such as record programs and the Department of Equity. I'm also asking that these cuts be followed into by a decreased officer to resident ratio in our neighborhoods and a large-scale demilitarization process of the APD by assessing their use of riot gear, chemical weapons such as tear gas, and lethal weapons. Thank you, and I look forward to seeing the significant change you choose to bring for our community.
I'm Lucas Hill from Claremont Heights, Georgia, and I'm calling to say that the Atlanta City Council should vote to defund the police and use that money toward the executive offices instead.
Lev Omolchenko. I'm calling about the budget that City Council is about to vote on, and it is entirely unacceptable that you guys are planning to cut the budget of social services that are necessary while trying to expand the police budget by $12 million. Get out of here with that. That is unacceptable. We should be cutting the police budget in half at the very least. You're spending money on police to be shooting people in the streets, murdering them, when we should be educating people, building them parks, building them schools, giving them social services, so when someone falls asleep in a drive-thru, someone can come and help them instead of shooting them in the back. This is not ethical. The police must be defunded. We have to be cutting the budget, in the very least by 50%. That would be a start. If you raise it by $12 million, none of you deserve to be in a position of power. Ever. Hello, my name is Ethan Grossman. I'm calling to demand that City Council defund the Atlanta Police Department. For the last 30 years, the Atlanta City Council has taken a leading role in creating the kind of policing that killed Rayshard Brooks. I'm calling on this council to not funding and supporting this system to ignore solutions that were offered over and over again with past police killings. Alexia Christian, DeAndre Phillips, Kane Rogers, Jimmy Atkinson, Oscar Kane. Each one of their deaths was a call to action for you to take leadership and make desperately needed changes, and you ignored each and every one. You must do work to atone and make right the decades of harm caused by the police violence, harassment, and abuse. Number one, defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources. Current budget proposal wants to add $12 million to the police budget. The department's fiscal year 2021 budget should be cut 50% by reducing the Atlanta Police Department's scope of work, starting with relieving officers from all other forms of quality of life policing. Number two, defund and demolish the jail. The council should close the ACDC on or before July 4th, 2020. Adopt the Reimagine ACDC task force policy recommendations and decriminalize the city code so they carry no potential for arrest. Finally, justice for our people. Reopen the investigations into all the shit. Fire the APD officers who killed Oscar Kane. Fire the APD officers who killed DeAndre Phillips.
Hello, my name is Grace Britton. I live in the Belvedere Park area of Decatur, Georgia, zip code 30032. I'm here to ask you, as the City Council, to defund the police. The budget proposed, the
going to be set in place on Friday, so I'm just calling today to urge you to refrain from reimagining the police and reforming the police, because that has proven time and time again to not work in the long run. It ends up being quite useless. So I'm pleading with you to defund the Atlanta Police. Thank you very much. Hope you have a wonderful day.
Hi, my name is Sonia Aldez, and I'm a resident of Atlanta, Georgia, Zone 1, and I'm calling to ask you to do not add the additional funds to APD. I'm asking you that instead you defund the police and add the additional funds into education, equality, diversity, and inclusion programs, immigration affairs, human services, and programs for children and homeless. We, the city of Atlanta, are begging you to please defund the police. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kelly Edson, and I live in Buckhead. I think that reimagining the police is not enough. We need to defund the police. We are calling for your action here. We need to reallocate the resources to fund the jails, and we need justice for our people. Please take this action if you can.
My name is Peter Fleming, and I live in the West End. I just wanted to speak a moment on some of my thoughts about police defunding or reimagining. And I believe that, as we've seen, the police organization and the people are not getting along right now. And there's plenty of evidence to suggest the police department has racist people and policies in it. It can be very hard to deal with this specific situation because racism can be systemic, but it can also be it comes down to the individual. And I think that, as we've seen throughout the United States, many police departments have an enormous budget. And I'm sure they need some of that budget. I know it's hard to run an organization like that. You need certain equipment, but I don't think you need all that equipment. And I think it would be nice to open up the police budget itself, take a look at what things are needed and what things are not needed. As we know, the Atlanta Police Department has Stingrays and other military-grade devices that are not necessarily useful for anything except control of the citizens. And I think that to reallocate some of those funds and put them back into community would not only make people much happier, but it would make the community safer, healthier for the police to manage. I also think something that would be very, very important is to, on the 911 hotline directory, to not always jump to this is a police problem. Social workers, psychologists can also be called for certain things. People can deal with homeless people problems. I think would be very helpful to not have all of it come down to the police. I think that police need better training. They get a very, very small amount of training. I think there would be... Hello, Gino Choi, Reynoldstown, Zone 6. We are living in the darkest timeline, and the actions taken by Atlanta Police Department are atrocious, and they need to be immediately defunded. Defund the police, and please hear out the actual people. Defund the police immediately. Thank you.
My name is Tony Malloy, and I've been a resident of Atlanta for 5 years. I'm calling to ask that you listen to the demands of Black organizers in Atlanta and defund the Atlanta Police Department by 50% for fiscal year 2021. We have to dramatically change our approach to public safety and address crime for what we know it is, a public health problem. Increasing the APD's budget and sending more police into Atlanta communities isn't just ineffective, and it isn't just a waste of desperately needed money in the midst of a pandemic and an economic crisis. It's also incredibly dangerous and may mean a death sentence for Black Atlantans, just like it was for Richard Brooks, Alexia Christian, DeAndre Phillips, Deravis Rogers, Jimmy Atchison, and Oscar Kane. The people of Atlanta are demanding a new approach to public safety that doesn't put Black people at risk. Defund the police, close the Atlanta City Detention Center, and invest those funds in our communities. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kirit Sandhu. I'm a current medical student at Morehouse School of Medicine and a member of MPUY. I'm calling because I'm aware that the City Council is voting on the Atlanta budget tomorrow, and I'm calling because I encourage them I encourage them to vote on defunding the Atlanta City Police and reallocating those funds towards community programs such as pre-arrest diversion and other community-controlled programs to address the public health crisis that has been created in Atlanta through overfunding of the police. So I hope the City Council will vote in accordance to make Atlanta a healthier and more equitable place. Thank you.
My name is Ashanti Garrison. I'm from East Point, Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm calling because I would like for them to defund the police. Bottoms in the Atlanta City Council. My name is Brittany, and I'm a long-term resident of the Buckhead community. I'm calling to demand the Atlanta City Council the immediate defunding of police and police-related programs due to the numerous human rights violations APD as an organization has committed. I am demanding that you reallocate those funds into education, community diversity and mental health programs, as well as immigration services. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Denisha Patel, and I live in District 7 in Georgia. Reimagining the police is not enough, and as the Atlanta City Council, it's your duty to be able to change and get rid of the institutional and daily racism and inequality that we face. We're calling for the Atlanta City Council and the mayor to stop funding an indefensible system. We're calling on the city to take responsibility for your creating this culture system and institutional solution that this country has suddenly finally come to see for its ineffectiveness and its brutality. We're calling on each and every one of the members of the City Council to acknowledge the role you have played in funding and supporting the system of policing that killed Rayshard Brooks. There's definitely a few steps that you can take. One of them is defunding the Atlanta Police Department and reallocating the services. For example, 50% of the funding of the budget could be cut to reduce the ADP scope of work and could start relieving officers with other forms of quality of life policing. Another thing is defunding and demolishing the jail. Closing the jail on or before July 1st and ensuring that proper resources are allocated to demolish buildings to demolish before September 1st, 2020, and to adopt or reimagine a CDC task force policy recommendations to decriminalize the city code, and also to gain justice for our people, to reopen investigations of APD killings since 2017 and involve community tribunal that used for force and takes that hold the APD officers accountable. 5 officers who killed Alexia Christian, 5 officers who killed Officer Kane, 5 officers who killed DeAndre Phillips, and 5 Erica Shields from the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you for listening, and I hope you guys do something about this.
Hi, my name is Sasha Von Hanna, and I am a resident of Cabbagetown. I am calling about the proposed budget that has 12% going to the Atlanta Police Department. The amount of that is appalling and criminal. The APD is full of criminals who are not facing charges. I don't feel safe because of them. I'm white-facing and still I don't feel safe. I think that no less than 60% needs to be redirected to community services. I'm seeing that the executive offices is being listed at a 6% proposed cut, and that would be cutting funds for emergency preparedness, cultural affairs, contract compliance, immigrant affairs, film and entertainment, human services, international affairs, sustainability, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and end human trafficking Atlanta. Those are community services that are worthy of funding. They need more money. Transfer, redirect that money that the APD has redlined and put that over to the executive offices to share in these amazing community services. Whoever had a hand in creating this budget has misaligned priorities. Atlanta should be leading the way in supporting every single member of this community equally. It's time to change things up. It's time to defund the APD. Thank you. afternoon. My name is Jennifer Izarita. I live in Atlanta. I have been living here for 3 years, and I'm currently living in the neighborhood of Midtown. I'm calling in regards to the budget meeting for tomorrow. I wanted to leave this comment. I know there's a proposal to add $12 million to the police budget, and my comment is to not have that amount of money added to the police budget. And in fact, I asked to have the police defunded, the Atlanta Police Department defunded because of everything that has happened in the past couple of weeks. And I also see that the proposal wants to cut $1.2 million from the executive offices of equality, diversity, inclusion, and ending human trafficking and immigrant affairs and sustainability and human services, all of which, as a Latina woman, I support and heavily oppose having that amount of money cut to these offices. And in fact, that money should be redistributed from the police to these offices. Again, my name is Jennifer Izarita, and I'm making a comment to defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hannah Kaminsky. I live in Avondale Estate. I would like the City Council to reimagine, to defund the police. Reimagining the police is not enough. We need to defund the police and put that money back into the neighborhoods that need it, the schools that need it. There's a better way to do this. And as your message just stated to me, you are serving the community at large, and the community is crying out and begging for you to defund the police and take that money and put it where it will actually do some good. Give it to the kids, give it to education, give it to the housing committees. We need to build better houses and create more jobs for these people and communities that are so badly disparaged. Thank you for your time, and please do remember that you serve the community, and the community wants to defund the police. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Bellies, and I live in downtown Decatur. 330 is my zip code, and I'm calling because I'm incredibly concerned about the policies and the decisions that are being made about our budget. Specifically funding $12 million to the police and taking that away from immigrant affairs, human trafficking, sustainability, human services, is violent and unjust, and I would like to see real change being made and real considerations for our community. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Naomi Casson and live in Atlanta in Fulton County in the neighborhood of Midtown. And I am calling to leave a comment about defunding the police. Instead of allocating $12 million more towards pay raises or equipment for the police, I think that funding should go to actual services that reduce actual crime, eliminate homelessness, provide essential city services, mental health benefits for people that need them. And I really think that those would go a long way to reducing the crime in our city. All I have to say. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Grace Belluri, and I am a resident of East Atlanta Village in the 5th District. And as a constituent, I am calling to urge the council to defund the police and divert the proposed budget increase into more necessary social services, such as human services, education, and community reinvestment. In addition, I would like to urge the council to have the 2021 budget for the Atlanta Police Department reduced by 50% and have the remaining resources reallocated to community-based programs such as the Department of Equity and the pre-arrest diversion program, among others. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Lee Taylor, and I live in Old Fourth Ward, District 2, and my number is 864-640-2509. I would like to give some feedback for the upcoming budget meeting. I don't agree with the $12 million increase to the Atlanta Police Department, especially for pay raises for the Atlanta police officers. I feel like there's a serious amount of work to do to improve the way that they conduct themselves, and I don't believe that they deserve a pay increase until that work is done. I would like the budgets of the 5 other departments to be increased instead of the police department with that $12 million. Thank you. Bye.
Hello, my name is Ashley Alexander. I'm currently a homeowner in Castleberry Hills in Atlanta, Georgia. I do not believe that reimagining the police and funding them with millions and millions of dollars to continue to militarize and terrorize communities that they are unfamiliar with is a proper response, not only during this time, but in general, it could have been any time. But I do strongly believe that we do need to demilitarize the police. I believe that you all should follow suit of San Francisco and send out unarmed professionals, trained professionals to handle non-criminal disputes such as schools, such as mental health issues, issues with the homeless, etc., instead of sending out police who are clearly not trained and clearly use excessive force time and time again. I do believe that your $217 million budget towards the police is absolutely absurd and should be reallocated to other things such as community programming, bettering the communities that need the help of the police, going to terrorize, and so on and so forth. So I do strongly hope you all listen to these messages and reconsider that budget is out of control, that you will put $217 million towards something that you clearly can see is a problem. So please listen to your constituents and hear us out. Let us be heard, and please do your duty and serve. Thank you.
My name is Indira, and I'm a resident of District 5, and I'm calling to tell City Council that reimagining police is not enough. We need action. You need to defund the Atlanta Police Department now and reallocate those resources to the communities that need the most. Giving the police a raise today in this environment is not justice for all of APD's victims. It's simply not. Defund the police today.
Hello, my name is Sarah Valeroy. I live in Campbell Park in the city of Atlanta, and I am calling on the Atlanta City Council to defund the police. The increase to the budget proposal is ridiculous, and it would... The police already make enough money. Please defund the police. Invest in the community.
Hello, my name is Grace Dent. I'm a resident of the Morningside area of DeKalb County. And I want to tell you from personal experience that reimagining the police is not going to be enough for this community. My father is a cop in Georgia County, not far from here, and he has estranged me because I support the Black Lives Matter movement. He has taken away my health insurance in the middle of a pandemic. He's taken away my vehicle. The culture that is perpetuated in police departments across this country, and you've seen it in your Zone 6 precinct yesterday, the culture that is perpetuated in police departments across this country is nothing short of a cult. It's disgusting. The police must be defunded. We must try something new. We have tried this reimagination of the police for I don't know how many years, since Rodney King, and it has not worked. It's time to try something new. In any other business, in my business, in any company, something doesn't work, you try something new. You must defund the police now, or we're going to vote you out of office. Your livelihoods are at stake. Do something. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shelley Wade, and I am just calling to comment on the current state of the police department. They do an amazing job that a lot of people would not want to do, and I hope that you will take into serious consideration what you are planning to do as far as funding them. I think they should be fully funded and fully supported for all of the work that they do that half of us would not want to do.
that showed up all over the city are a perfect example of why we need more police officers, better funding, and better training. And I hope that you guys will take this into consideration. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Lashinsky, and I'm a Grant Park resident and a lifelong Atlantan. I would like to request that the budget, which is proposed to be cut for the executive offices of Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, Ending Human Trafficking, Immigrant Accessibility, and Human Services, must be cut, and that the police budget be diverted to offices. I would like to divest from criminalization and invest instead in social programs like human services and public health, especially with COVID. I would like to see investment in I would like to see the end of the participation GILEE. And I would also like to see APD and the collaboration with Fulton County and Rice Street Jails. Thank you so much for your consideration and for your time. And I would also, I appreciate the opportunity to participate. Thank you. Again, this is Sarah Lashinsky, and I'm a Grant Park resident.
My name is Tiffany Smith. I'm a resident of Atlanta, Fulton County, Inland Park neighborhood. I've been here since 2005. Please do not cut the $1.2 million for the executive offices of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, Ending Human Trafficking, Immigrant Affairs, Sustainability, and Human Services. Now more than ever, we need those programs. It is incredibly significant for Atlanta's income inequality, for Georgia's income inequality, for protecting all of our citizens. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Kangas, and I'm a resident of Bush Mountain neighborhood. It is in District 4. We must defund the police and reallocate these funds from police departments to citizen review boards, schools, community programs, and healthcare. In fact, it is a disservice to our community not to do so, considering that we have already laid the foundation with the PAD program, which we need to put more money into. Even if you find yourself unable to reallocate the funds, which is unacceptable, we must disarm the police. This is the first step in creating a safer community. Second, officers of the police must live in the neighborhoods that they are going to work in for a minimum of a year. Third, we must remove police officers from school. These are the bare minimum steps outside of defunding the police that we must take. But once again, I must insist that we defund the police and reallocate those funds to community-based programs and public safety that is not inherently based in oppression.
Hey y'all, this is Stephen Lack, constituent in District 9. I feel like you got to know what I'm already calling about. It's about the 2021 proposed budget for Atlanta and the egregious amount of money that's going towards the APD rather than local social programs. I don't think it's that outrageous to ask for a defunding of the APD when they have shown time and time again that they are not equipped to do their job. And frankly, it's kind of, it falls on us as a whole, the fact that we have relied on the police to do so much outside of the realm of what they should be expected to do. I mean, the fact that they have to deal with mental health issues, drug addiction, things like littering, domestic disputes, like that stuff needs to be handled by social workers who are way more equipped and frankly empathetic to the situations and not so quickly to escalate everything to an 11 out of fear for their own safety. That being said, I would love for some of the budget to not go towards the police, but to go to programs for like community development, mental health programs, drug rehab, even MARTA, anything other than the police would be a drastic improvement. All right. Michael Smith. I'm a resident of the Bush Mountain neighborhood, which is in District 4. I'm calling today to express my urgent need for the Police Department of Atlanta to be defunded and for those funds to be reallocated to such services as a citizen review board, to healthcare, to schools, to community programs such as the PAD program, which has been proven to decrease the amount of arrests and deaths by police in the city. I think the events of the past few weeks have shown what a necessity that is, especially the murder of Rayshard Brooks last week. So I really hope that you will take this into consideration. I think it's what the city wants and needs to move forward into a new, more peaceful era. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria McNeese. I live in Decatur, Georgia, and I oppose the increase in the police budget and want the council to defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jake Simons Malamba. I'm white. I just want to talk about my most recent experience with the Atlanta Police. So I just got in a Mini Cooper, my dream car. And so in order to test it out, here I was doing around 80 in a 45. I see the blue lights, I think for sure I'm getting a ticket. I mean, I deserve it. It's late, no one else is around, but it's still a completely stupid thing to do. The officer pulled me over, asked if I'd been drinking, which I had not, but he never touched me. They told me that if I had failed to maintain my lane, I told them I'm sorry, I'm tired and hurry to get home. And I said, listen, like we were taught in driver's ed that driving drowsy is as bad as driving under the influence. But he lets me out for the warning, super speeder ticket, nothing. If you're out here letting white people who break the law go with a slap on the wrist, meanwhile, serving as judge, jury, and executioner for black people like Rayshard Brooks, and shooting tear gas and rubber bullets at peaceful protesters, which I've never seen anything like in 23 years living here. I think we as a nation know that policing is broken, and as the city supposedly too busy to hate, I believe Atlanta needs to lead by example and defund the police. Thank you for your time.
My name is Naomi Griffin, and I live in the North Druid Hills area. I'm a teacher at Decatur High School, and I'm calling today because I believe the proposed budget cuts to the executive offices, which include the offices of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and the Office of Immigrant Affairs, as well as many more, as well as the proposed budget increases to the Atlanta Police Department are unconscionable. Your constituents are demanding divestment from the police force in support of growing community programs. To watch what is happening in your city, daily protests against police brutality, when the police are still committing actions of police brutality, and to still increase their budget is an idiotic evil. Defund the Atlanta Police and choose to invest in your community, to see Atlanta residents supported, not brutalized. As a teacher, I have many black students, and to watch this city allow the police force to do this to its black residents and their allies is heartbreaking to see. I want to see the Atlanta Police defunded.
Hello, I'm Charlie Zach. My number is 404-308-9194. I'm asking on behalf of myself, my family, and all other citizens that you keep in mind the recent death of George Floyd, as well as Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, and the countless other Black Americans who have died at the hands of the armed police forces. And I hope going forward in this meeting that you will keep defunding the police department as your primary option towards righting these wrongs and towards finding justice for Black America.
Hi, my name is Maya Swift, and I live in the Inman Park, Freedom Parkway neighborhood in District 5. I'm pretty outraged about your proposal to increase the pay of officers in the city, and I think, especially a city like Atlanta, it would be really great to kind of divert that money back into, homeless the homeless community that's here. Before I moved here 5 years ago, I read on Wikipedia that it was the only major city in the country that didn't have a homeless shelter. I think now you've kind of addressed that a little bit, but I think things like that, things like ending human trafficking is a huge big deal in the city that, we're kind of famous for, which is completely horrific. But I think, after everything that's happened in this last week, the city is really kind of counting on you people to, invest in the kids of the city. And we know that, the police are already, too involved in the policing of the schools in the city. And I think it would be a really big mistake for you guys to invest in the police over the children that live here. And the families that, want to raise their children in a really progressive city in the South. It's really heartbreaking that this is the best that we can do. So thank you, and I hope you guys make the right decision, and we're going to be watching really closely. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Anne Gray Herring, and I live in Morningside in Fulton County, and I'm calling to make a comment regarding the fiscal year 2021 budget for the city of Atlanta and voice my opposition to the $12 million proposed increase in funding for the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine Axley. I live in the Kirkwood neighborhood. I was calling to leave a message to say please defund your police department and quit allocating funds over to them instead of other resources that we need, like the human trafficking, sustainability, human services, immigrant affairs, equity, diversity, and inclusion, and just a couple more to name a few. But I really strongly believe that no more money needs to be going towards the police. So thank you. Bye.
Hi, my name is Elijah Haller. I live in Sherwood Park, and I am urging y'all to defund the police. They have become militarized, and they keep killing people, and it's really not okay. Defund the police. They don't need that much money. Give it to the schools. Give it to the infrastructure. Give it to the people that have been, the families of people that have been killed. Make reparations for your actions. Please defund the police.
Hi there, my name is Frances Christopher, and I'm a resident of DeKalb County in Atlanta. I've lived here my whole entire life, and I strongly believe that you should defund the police and reallocate those funds back into the communities that they are supposed to be protecting. To give those communities the resources they need to survive and thrive, rather than over-policing them and throwing them in jails when all they really need is the resources that other suburbs and places have. I think the budget is absolutely insane for the police in Atlanta, and I really, really urge you to consider the people's concerns on this and reallocate those funds back into the communities that really need them. Thank you for your time. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Fiona Von Gray, and I'm your constituent in Midtown Atlanta. And I'm calling you asking you to please defund the police and reallocate those sources into community development, education, parks and recreation, and targeted support for marginalized communities. I'm also asking you to not cut the budget for the executive offices of equity, diversity and inclusion, and human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services. Please take this into consideration because this matters a lot to me. Thank you very much.
My name is Timothy LePage, and I live in Old Fourth Ward. I'm calling, demanding to see a change to the fiscal year 2021 budget, in which funding that is currently allocated for police is reduced, and that money should be reallocated to services in the city that affect youth, the Black population, and address human services, along with other areas which are currently seeking to reduce budgets like sustainability and diversity and inclusion. And I hope that you make the right decision on this matter.
Hi, my name is Ross Howard, and I live in Decatur. I'm calling about FY 2021, and I ask that you strongly reconsider raising the police budget. In fact, adding more money to the executive offices, such as programs to end human trafficking, and up the services for our homeless, add money to
services for our homeless population, but ultimately to defund the police. Again, Ross Howard, City of Decatur, please do not give $12 million more of my taxpayer dollars to further arm in the police brutality that has continued on in our city for way too long. Black Lives Matter. Please vote properly. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Robert Paraguasu. I live in Atlanta in Camwood Park, Los 5 Points area, District 6. And I would like to tell the City Council that reimagining the police is not enough. I would like to call for the City Council to defund the Atlanta Police Department, reallocate the resources, defund and demolish the jail, and find justice for our people. The APD has failed to improve public safety and wellness. Attempts to curb police violence through increased trainings have been ineffective. To dismantle and replace a department that has proven ineffective at carrying out its mandate and is non-responsive to reforms. A plan should be created for defunding the APD and reallocating the resources to be more effective. Defund and demolish the jail. As long as the Atlanta City Detention Center remains open, the APD will have reason to arrest people in order to fill it. Every day the jail remains open, Atlantans are at risk for further harassment, violence, and death at the hands of the APD. Closing the jail and demolishing it moves Atlanta further from violent policing and closer to equity, freedom, and wellness. Justice for our people. The City of Atlanta has a duty to hold the APD accountable for the lives it has taken. Officers must be held accountable for killing people. Failing to address the police killings in the past has accumulated distrust in the City of Atlanta's value of Black life. For the last 30 years, the Atlanta City Council is taking a leading role in creating the kind of policing that kills Rayshard Brooks. I hope that you can vote the right way tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Grace Perry, and I live in Ponce Highland in Atlanta, Georgia. I understand that tomorrow the Atlanta Council will be voting on the budget, and I would recommend, instead of adding more money to the police department, that we allocate those funds to executive offices. Once again, I recommend that we defund the police and allocate those funds to the executive offices instead of cutting their budget. Thank you.
My name is Bonnie Miller. I'm a resident of the Midway Woods neighborhood, and I am calling to ask that instead of cutting $1.2 million from the executive offices, you instead defund the police and direct money towards more beneficial areas for our city. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Madison Nessa. I am certain that you have read the importance of defunding the police. Just reimagining the police is not enough, and increasing the budget will absolutely lead to the wrongful death and imprisonment of many more of our Atlanta citizens. This is not okay. Please defund the Atlanta police and relocate the sources, and defund and demolish the jail, and please bring justice to the people that this has harmed. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Jacob Whitaker. I live in Midtown Atlanta on Juniper Street. I'm calling to request that money not be added to increase the police fund, but rather to decrease funds going towards the police and put that money towards more social, environmental causes like climate change, increase equity, decrease homelessness, and increase affordable housing. I think Atlanta has a chance to be a leader across the country if they reallocate funds to other more important causes that actually help citizens rather than increase the guns and weaponry that police are carrying. Thank you for considering this. Thanks.
My name is Ryan Belmore, and I live in the Morningside neighborhood, and I'm calling regarding the fiscal year 2021 budget. I do not believe that we should be adding more money to the police force for further militarization. I believe we should be cutting funding and defunding the police and putting that money in the executive branch and more in community and social development. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Farr. I am a part-time resident of the Midway Woods neighborhood in Decatur, near Eastlake, and I was calling to tell the City Council that I really would urge them to consider the allocation of funds towards the police department and the whole idea of reimagining the funding system. I believe that in recent light, we've with the killing of Rayshard Brooks this weekend, we see that even during mass global protest against police brutality, that our own police cannot refrain from using excessive lethal force during this time. I feel like it's the perfect example of why reforming the police isn't exactly the correct response, just in that we've seen that with Atlanta police officers, they go through retraining. The man that killed Rayshard Brooks had recently been through de-escalation training in the last few years, but he'd also had 12 complaints against him. So it's just, if we have a system that continues to keep corrupt policemen in the force without holding them accountable for their actions, then we have no room for progress. I think that's pretty clear. So I feel like at this point, the right thing to do is to reallocate the excessive funds that would be going towards the Atlanta police into other underfunded departments that actually improve. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jasmine Burnett. I'm a resident of Southwest Atlanta Zone 4, and I'm calling to demand that City Council vote no on the current version of the budget and instead make a concerted effort to defund the Atlanta.
Hello, this is Jamila Sapri. I am a resident of the Atlanta area. I live in Gwinnett County, and I am calling because I have many friends and family living in Fulton County and in other neighboring counties of Atlanta, and I'm calling to demand that the APD, in collaboration with Fulton County and Rice Street Jail, in addition to defunding the police, and instead of giving them raises, but reallocate that money to proper city budgeting for schools, the Environmental Protection Program, MARTA, and other resources that we can use. The police are not reliable. They are harming citizens, and we need to protect them instead of giving money over to a cause that is not working. So I am calling and asking that they, instead of giving this new budget of $12 million to the police, that they instead give that money to what people can actually use and make use of in Atlanta. Thank you. Please defund the police. Goodbye. Hi, this is Brittany Shiver. I live in East Atlanta, and I'm requesting that you do not add $12 million to the police budget and instead reserve the $1.2 million for the executive offices. Again, I'm Brittany Shiver in East Atlanta, and I'm asking kindly if you can please defund the police budget. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Burnett. I'm a resident of Zone 4, Southwest Atlanta, and I'm calling to demand that City Council defund the Atlanta Police Department by at least 50%, and all funding to the Atlanta City Detention Center, which is apparently closed, but for some reason is still receiving millions of dollars in this current version of the budget, and instead reallocate all of that money to social services, particularly community programs and programs serving homeless Atlantans. It's ridiculous that, especially in light of recent events and within a larger context of the way that policing brutalizes and disadvantages the Black communities, even in Atlanta, that the police are receiving a $500 raise today. Even though that money is not coming from the city, it is a poor indication of next steps to come, and the Atlanta City Council can make a strong stand by doing what the people are actually asking for, which is to defund the police. It's not about reform. It's not about body cameras. It's not about banning chokeholds. It's not about any of the small steps that do not do anything to solve the systemic issues. So as a resident of Atlanta, someone who grew up here, who's lived here almost my entire life, I'm calling on you to do what the people are actually asking you to do, and to serve us in a way that actually keeps us safe. Thank you.
Hi, this message is for the Atlanta City Council. My name is Chris Childs. I'm a 33-year-old white male from District 5, DeKalb County, East Atlanta Village, Atlanta, Georgia, 30316. I don't agree with an increase in the spending for the Atlanta Police Department for fiscal year 2021. Ambiguous aims and equivocative language of reimagining or, quote, reforming the police state is unacceptable. The APD police state needs to be defunded. Cutting spending in other departments that truly serve as a positive force in our community is not only insulting, but ineffective to the kinds of changes we need to see from our leadership and civil servants to address real issues for the people of Atlanta. To increase the budget for the APD and to cut essential community services is to choose more power for an already overbloated police state over choosing to put money into services that can actually introduce positive forces into the community. Why not try to actually tackle the issues of poverty, which is the root of so many disparities among us racially, economically, and politically? These things need to not only be addressed, but substantially changed. They need to be taken seriously. Why not face the problem of homelessness in our city? Why give money to cops who aren't capable of handling such social issues? Why speak for power instead of speaking for the will of the people? Also, get rid of the Atlanta Police Foundation. Taking contributions from private, for-profit corporations to further fund the police state is unconscionable. That is all. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Janice D'Souza from the Emory University neighborhood. I'm a student there, and I'm calling to ask you to defund the police, especially in the meeting tomorrow, to reallocate the money to other public service programs. Thank you, and good luck. Please do the right thing.
Hello, my name is Emma Johnson. I'm calling to request that you revise the 2021 budget, specifically the police budget. Please limit their funding and instead invest that money in community support, safety, and prevention. Instead of funding police murder of Black Americans, invest in high-quality education, mental health programs, social workers, survivor advocates, and healers. COVID-19 has shown how deep the vulnerabilities are in our system, a system that has never worked for people like George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Tony McDade. Now is the time to change that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Olivia Feeney, and I'm a resident of Grant Park neighborhood in Atlanta. I'm calling to ask City Council to, instead of adding $12 million to the Atlanta Police budget, please consider not adding that and instead defunding the police. And there are so many other places those funds could be sent. For example, offices of sustainability, human services, immigrant affairs. I see that the proposal wants to cut $1.2 million from the executive offices, which include some of the offices that I just named. And I think for public safety and public wellness and public good, we need to, in fact, direct more funding into offices such as these and into community wellness initiatives and ending homelessness instead of into the police. We know that funding the police simply creates more violence and horror for Black communities and communities of color, and as keeps being proven time and time again by APD murdering Black people, especially Black trans people, Black queer people. It's just so incredibly clear that we need to stop giving them funds and work towards dismantling the police in Atlanta. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anna Miller. I grew up in the Winona Park neighborhood and lived in Atlanta for 25 years. I continue to vote in DeKalb County. I am leaving a comment because I'd like to tell the City Council that reimagining the police is not enough. I want the City Council to defund the police. I think it's a perfectly reasonable request given the actions of our justice system, not just recently, but historically as well. I think that the Atlanta City Council and the mayor need to stop defending an indefensible system. I want to call on the city to take responsibility for its part in creating this culture, system, and institution of policing that this country has suddenly finally come to see for its ineffectiveness and its brutality. If you have any questions at all, please don't hesitate to call me. My phone number is 929-334-1333.
929-334-1330. Again, that's 929-334-1330.
Hi, this is Elizabeth Swank. I'm from Decatur, Georgia, just right outside of Atlanta. And I ask that you defund the police and put that money into other offices like in human trafficking or diversity and inclusion. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tyra Murray. I'm a Mercer student over in Atlanta, around Embry Hills. So, yes, I was calling to talk about the proposal that is wanting to cut $1.2 million from the executive offices, including ones for sustainability, human services, immigrant affairs, basically the services that Atlanta needs more funding for, if anything, not a cut. So I am calling to demand that that proposal does not follow through, that the proposal to add $12 million to the police budget, especially in these times where we see what exactly goes on with our police department today. It doesn't seem like $12 million extra is worth it for the police department versus the other services that are actively helping our community instead of, I won't say terrorizing, but, instead of allocating all of that money to the police department. So please defund the police. $12 million is a lot to be putting towards one thing instead of all of these different services that can help the community that I personally love. So thank you.
Hello, my name is Connor Christensen. I'm a resident in Atlanta, living in Briarcliff. I do not want the Atlanta Police Department budget to go up, and we need to defund the police and divert those funds to programs and facilities that benefit our community. Thank you.
Hello, I am Brady Dunn, calling from DeKalb County. For the last 30 years, the Atlanta City Council has taken a leading role in creating the kind of policing that killed Rayshard Brooks. I am asking for you to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources to community-run programs and services. I want you to defund and demolish the jail and justice for the people that have been murdered wrongfully by APD. Fire the APD officers who killed Alexia Christian, fire the APD officers who killed Oscar Kane, and fire the APD officer who killed DeAndre Phillips. Thank you.
My name is Hope Barno. Not anything. We do need to be defunding the Atlanta police. I've seen it with Rayshard Brooks today, and we need that money to go towards community programs, community housing, healthcare, and other social programs that will not only decrease crime, but it will also foster community and safety within our own neighborhoods. And we need to make protecting Black Americans a priority in Atlanta, because Atlanta would not be Atlanta without our Black citizens. So I hope you will hear what I have to say. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tessa Bleak. I'm a resident of Atlanta, Georgia, at zip code 30033. I wanted to voice that I think it's incorrect for us to increase the police budget by $12 million for this year, when that money could be much better used for education and mental services for our citizens. Thank you.
Hello, my name is George Lucas, and I'm a resident of Lindbergh in Eastern Buckhead. I'm calling to demand a greater course of action than simply reimagining the police for the fiscal year 2021. The effort to defund and reallocate the resources of the Atlanta Police Department is crucial to creating a real sense of progress, rather than simply putting a Band-Aid on a massive gaping wound that has continuously failed to serve and protect the public. I am part of a group of people that spans the entire city that really wants to see actual change made and is convinced that it's possible through several different areas of actual reallocation of the resources of the APD. There needs to be a reimagining of a public safety plan and a 5 to 7 year plan to completely dismantle the existing structure of the Atlanta Police Department and the prison system in the city and actually work to create change. This will come in the form of many different adjustments, shall we say, to the 2021 fiscal year budget that will and should fund necessary community and actual public safety efforts that are already exist in the city and yet have had their funding stripped, and that is why I'm calling today. I'm sure not the only person with these concerns, and I urge you to take actual decisive action to defund the Atlanta Police Department in the years going forward. That starts in fiscal year 20.
Good afternoon. My name is Tori Galaviz. I live in Castleberry Hill, downtown Atlanta, and I would like to see the defunding of the police and do not agree with the $12 million increase in the police budget. Thank you.
This is Owen Talley, Cabbagetown. I frankly can't believe that in view of the ham-handed and disproportionate and incompetent and brutal response of the Atlanta Police Department that an increase to that budget is being contemplated while the rest of the budget is being cut. Human services, human interest, cut. Unbelievable to me. So my comment's very simple. I have a promise. Any politician, to include Mayor Bottoms and Ms. Archibald, who votes for this budget, I will work tirelessly to defeat. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Piancia of Brookhaven, and I would like to request a defund of the police, and they don't raise the budget by $12 million, and you don't cut necessary funding for programs that will benefit the community. Thank you.
Hi, this is Brittany Schwartzwald. I live in Candler Park, and I am calling to ask you to defund the police and reallocate funds towards the school and other social services. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Valentina Sinistera. I live in Grant Park in Atlanta, Georgia. I am calling because I am calling for the defunding of the police, and this is a priority right now. We see so many deaths, so many murders take place. Nothing is being done about them. The police keep killing off the Black community mainly, and the police keep killing off different members of our community that are standing up for what is right. And by allowing the police to stay in place and continuing to fund them and continuing to fund the practices that have come from slavery, we're saying yes, everything has suppressed the views and the question of Black communities. I am calling for this new time to defund the police. And I know everyone who's with me, the majority wants we are going to continue to fight for this until it happens. Thank you.
Hi, this is Rachel Fry. I am a resident of Capitol View over in the West End, and I work on Edgewood Avenue in Sweet Auburn. I'm calling to request the defunding of the Atlanta Police Department. I've never really prevented any crimes in either of the neighborhoods that I live in or work at. And they shot and murdered Rayshard Brooks 5 minutes from my home. So, clearly they can't do their job. So maybe you should spend the money on things like social workers or our essential workers who have been, quite frankly, doing a better job during this time than the cops have ever. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Luis Torres. Currently live in Old Fourth Ward, and I'm calling to say that some sort of reimagining police is not nearly enough to inspire the confidence in our leadership or the safety of our community that we deserve. We need to defund the APD full stop. Ways to do that, we need to cut the department's budget by at least 50%. We can relieve officers from quality of life policing and use that money to create a community-based public safety system to make the system work better.
Hello, my name is Zach Norton. I live in Grant Park, City Council District 1. I implore you to stop increasing the Atlanta Police Department budget at the expense of everything and everyone else. Reimagining the police is not going to change anything tangible for the safety of our citizens or our officers. You have the obligation to do the bare minimum that your constituents are requesting, which includes defunding the police department and dismantling the institutional chokehold it has on Black Atlantans. Lucky for us, there are many very exciting alternatives that have been curated by citizens in this city who have done the very hard, painstaking work for you. Here are the minimum requirements to demand a new vision of public safety. Number one, defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources. The City of Atlanta should establish a reimagining public safety plan that will create a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle the police department and build a new community-controlled public safety system. The department's 2021 budget should be cut 50% by reducing the APD's scope of work, starting with relieving officers from all other forms of, quote, quality of life, end quote, policing. 2, defund and demolish the Atlanta City Detention Center, close ACDC on or before July 1st, 2020, and adopt the reimagined ACDC task force policy recommendations, if they do not decide to demolish the ACDC in that time. But ensure the proper resources are allocated to select the new design on or before September 1st. Be accountable for the lives it has taken. Fire the police officers who murdered Alexia Christian, Oscar Payne, and DeAndre Phillips. Thank you.
My name is Stephen Sharp. I live in Atlanta, Georgia, Kirkwood suburb. I think we should defund the police. Allocate that money into more important areas such as human services, human trafficking, mental health stability. I think it could be used for a better thing. That is my 2 cents. Thank you.
My name is Luis Torres. I live in Old Fourth Ward, and I'm calling to say some sort of reimagining police is not nearly enough to inspire confidence in our leadership or to safety our community. We need to fund the APD full stop. Cut the department's budget at least by 50%, relieve officers from quality of life policing, and use the money saved for a community-based public safety system. Decrease the officer-to-resident ratio and demilitarize the APD. The use of riot gear and lethal weapons is ridiculously high. Close the Atlanta Detention Center. Allocate those resources to demolish the building to its demolition before September 2020. Fire Erica Schultz from the APD altogether. Fire the APD responsible for the death of DeAndre Phillips, Oscar Kane, and Alexia Christian. Open investigations about all APD killings since 2017 and develop a community tribunal to accept FSUs with warrants and to hold APD officers accountable. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lainey Castle. I live in Kirkwood. My NPU letter is O. I am calling to tell you all to defund the police because reimagining the police is not enough. Specifically, I am calling to reallocate the sources and call for a 5 to 7 year plan on dismantling the Atlanta Police Department and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. Additionally, I would like to call for defunding and demolishing the jail by July 1st, 2020. And I'm calling for justice for Black members of Atlanta. It's ridiculous that we have to fight for Black lives. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is Sasha Friedman. I live at 794 Martin Street, zip code 30315, with
City Council Member Carla Smith. I'm calling asking that you defund the Atlanta Police Department and instead redirect that funding to crucial resources in our community and programs that will support continued health and wellness of our community members as opposed to exposing and making more vulnerable those who are already in need of our assistance. Again, please defund the Atlanta Police Department, redirect those resources to our child care, community health, transportation, library, and other community resources that will improve our overall city of Atlanta. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Candace Giroux, and I live in the West City neighborhood. I'm calling because I read that the budget proposal is supposed to add $12 million to the police budget. I would like for that money to go instead, well, not go towards the police budget, but to go towards executive offices such as equity and diversity and inclusion, ending human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Asaya Brown West. I'm a resident of Cherokee County. I'm not from Atlanta, however, I do frequent the city periodically. I'm calling about the fiscal year budget for 2021. It's come to my attention that this proposal is looking to increase the police budget for $12 million when just last year it received an increase of $5 million. My understanding, it was the pay raises for cops, more equipment, and I'm sure it helps, it's already super strong union that makes it so difficult to sue police when they are in fact wrong. It's come to my understanding that y'all want to cut $1.2 million from things like sustainability, immigrant affairs. We claim that, Atlanta's going to be a city that's too busy to hate, going to end human trafficking, in which we're in a city where this is a super prevalent issue, as well as cutting services like homeless human services that encompass homelessness, in which, if you look around Atlanta, is a major issue. I would like to know why we're spending more money on police officers in light of situations that is going on, why we are not defunding the police and taking that excess money to help build up other things, such as the ones you want to cut, such as grants and community, which is only receiving do better.
Hi there, my name is Angie Davis, and I am a resident in Vinings area of Atlanta, and I was calling to leave a message hoping to urge against the funding of the police budget and towards the executive offices, which would include the ending human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, especially in human services and social programs. I don't think that we should be funding into the police budget any further. I think that we need to be divesting into more community programs, and I hope that the City Council agrees with that in the budget meeting tomorrow. That is all. As a member of the community, I think that it's important that we should be investing back into our community. Thank you very much.
Hi there. My name is Josh Hammond. I live off Memorial near Edgewood, and I just wanted to voice my disgust with the proposed budget. The past few weeks have proved beyond a doubt that the Atlanta Police Department is in dire need of reformation, and just throwing, I think I read, an additional $12 million onto the budget is only going to make things worse, especially when I saw the executive offices were having their funding cut. Really, that money that you're increasing the police budget with should go to stuff like education or homelessness, because that's the stuff that's going to prevent crime. Throwing more money at the police is just going to add to throwing gasoline on the fire. You're going to get more riots. going to become known for that type of thing. And if that's what you want the land to be known for, then go ahead. But I think we're better than that. Anyway, thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Antoinette Edwards. I am a resident of Atlanta. I live in zip code 30309, specifically the Buckhead neighborhood. I'm calling in regards to your voting for fiscal year 2021. I'm asking that you do not cut from the executive offices, and I'm requesting that you do not increase the budget for the police department. In fact, we are wanting you to defund the police here in Atlanta. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tess Malone. I am a resident of Virginia Highlands in Atlanta. I am just calling about the budget meeting and to ask that you defund the police. This week in particular, they have murdered their citizens and gone out solely to lynch someone and not protect someone, with multiple officers looking on and even aiding in the injury and death of Rayshard Brooks. And then everyone walked off the force because they were actually being held accountable for once, which is despicable and disgusting, and makes me ashamed that these are the people who are who are quote unquote protecting our city, because they are actively putting people in danger and escalating protests and murdering people, and we cannot give them a push increase of more than 5% while we blatantly ignore other more important services that could prevent even needing police in the first place. So I request that you defund the police. They should not be getting any more money, especially an increase. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Melissa Lodi. I am calling to voice my request that you vote to defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Grant Bell. I am from Alpharetta, and I'm calling to let City Council know that the proposal in place as of yet for the new city budget in the coming year of 2021 is not acceptable. To cut $1.2 million from the executive offices of diversity and inclusion, ending human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services is completely disgusting, because $12 million is wanting to be added to the police budget, which is just, at this point, with everything in the media, we know that they aren't here entirely for the people. So we need to defund that, because the people are asking for rights and for stability. It's like, anyways, reimagining the police is not enough. We have to defund the police, and we have to disperse the funds in other areas, as I'm sure you know. But anyways, thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Maria Lefchuk, and I live in Inman Park section of Atlanta. I just wanted to give a call about the upcoming budget meeting that's supposed to be scheduled for tomorrow, and just leave a comment saying that I think a lot of the funds that are going to be cut could be reallocated towards sustainability programs and other nonprofit work in the Atlanta area that's going to better all the communities, such as like nonprofits supporting businesses that have been hit by COVID, nonprofits supporting the homeless population, and just a bunch of other resources. And I just wanted to leave a message just kind of suggesting that maybe these funds be allocated towards other programs instead of the police department. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Kathy Dos Santos, and I live in Oakland City District 5. I am leaving this message to express my disgust with your apathy. You watch our Black community get murdered, still have the audacity to support increased funding for APD. Here, bottoms, I urge you to imagine that Rayshard Brooks was one of your 3 sons, and after his brutal murder, your city shrugged and decided to give APD a raise in salary. Would you stand for it? City Council Mayor Bottoms, there is no such thing as reimagining police or police reform. You cannot fix the system that was put in place to control and criminalize Black people. APD has shown us that they will walk out protest if they aren't allowed to murder and brutalize their community without consequences. We demand that you defund APD and reallocate those funds to our communities, reinvest in constituent services, patrol flares, immigrant affairs, human services like summer food programs, and homeless services, which we desperately need. Sustainability, Parks and Recreation, Public Transportation. Councilwoman Archibong, since you claim to represent District 5, you should know we are in dire need of sidewalks, road repairs, and many of our neighbors are without adequate childcare, they're hungry, and some are jobless. I urge you to start giving a shit about us, because we will only get louder.
Hello, my name is Antonio Bell, and I'm an actor, father at Georgia. And I'm noticing that you guys are trying to get $12 million more to the police, as well as even defunding $1.2 million from executive offices, which that's for equity diversion, ending the trafficking and the affairs, and so on. And I would love for that money to be reallocated to other affairs, to defunding the police, and even in defunding the police, educating the public, I think, would be a much better means for that money, as well as perhaps using other resources and having different people mediate nonviolent call along with the police department. But at any rate, I'm in support of not giving more money to the police. I would like the police to be defunded, as well as money to be going towards education and really strengthening our communities. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you all have a good day. Peace.
Hi, my name is Ariel Stott. I live in Summer Hill, Fulton County. I know that you have a budget meeting tomorrow, and I wanted to encourage you to continue to defund the police. Please spend the money on social programs like education, community renewal. I know our water systems are starting to fail. We need to put our money towards infrastructure and social justice change rather than more prisons and armed police. As a taxpayer and a lover of Atlanta, I really urge you to consider changing to a new era of reconstruction rather than digging in towards hate. All right, have a great day.
Hi, my name is Rachel Glasher, and I live in the Highlands area. I'm going to please urge you to please stop increasing the police budget and please allocate those funds towards the community and human services to make us safer. Thank you so much. Please do not increase the police budget. Please you allocate those funds towards the community. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the chance to comment. I would like very much for more money to be allocated for mental health services and social workers to augment police departments. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Amber Jenkins. I'm calling in regard to the meeting that's happening tomorrow. I'm not quite clear on what the item 20-R4068 means, but I just wanted to leave a comment saying, please continue to fully fund our police. Reforms might be important, but keeping order and safety for all citizens is also important. So my comment is, please just continue to fully fund the police, use our tax dollars wisely, and make the best decision for everyone. Thank you.
Hey, this is Patrick Diaz, calling from Old Fourth Ward in Atlanta. I'm calling today to request that the budget be changed that's looking at being approved tomorrow. The reason that I think it needs to be changed is that there's too much funding for Atlanta Police Department. We've seen frivolous and wasteful spending, like helicopters all over the city of Atlanta for nebulous surveillance reasons. We should first account for how much that costs and deduct that from the budget. Moreover, as you can see, there's too much police violence, and I think that we should take from the budget all weapons and immediately implement the 8 can't wait strategies that have been outlined in various memoranda and public media. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope that we'll only approve the Atlanta City budget if we see the significant tens of millions of dollars reduction for the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you.
My name is Alex McDonald. I live in the West End neighborhood of Atlanta, and I'm calling to show support to defund the police and keep money in immigrant affairs and sustainability. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabel Stewart, and I live in Atlanta, Georgia, DeKalb County. I just wanted to call to voice my concerns on increasing police budget, and I am urging you to please stop increasing it and allocate those funds more productively towards community and human services. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Hayes Gossick. I'm a Fulton County resident in the city of Atlanta. I reside in the neighborhood of Summer Hill.
I'm calling because I am deeply concerned about the proposal to add $12 million to the police budget. I'm a little confused as to why we would give these cops pay raises and more equipment to wreak havoc on the peaceful protests and citizens that are out trying to make their voices heard in regards to the racial and social injustices on Black people throughout our city and throughout our nation. It also really bothers me that the proposal wants to cut $1.2 million from the executive offices. Equity, diversity, inclusion. These contain offices that are trying to end human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, human services, all that stuff. Why is the proposal 10 times more to add to the police budget than to add to those offices? I don't get it. I don't understand what these cops have done to deserve this, and I'm quite honestly extremely upset about it. So if you could think logically here and realize this is not the answer to whatever you guys think the problem is, because whatever your problems are definitely don't coincide with people's problems, especially African American people. So I ask that you deeply consider what you're doing here, and I hope you all make the right decision. Again, my name is Hayes Job. I live in Summerhill neighborhood. If you ever need anything, you go ahead and call me. I would love to talk. Bye.
Hi, my name is Angela Camino. I'm a resident of Midtown, and I'd like to voice my concerns about the budget. The police force that murdered Rayshard Brooks, Oscar Kane, Alexia Christian, DeAndre Phillips, Jimmy Atchison, Jeravis Rogers, and many others should not get any more money, much less $12 million more. A police force willing to walk out on their jobs when they can't murder the people they're meant to protect and serve with impunity deserves no money, and the money should be reallocated to the executive offices currently having their budget decreased. Please protect Atlanta. Defund the police. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tanner Slick. I was born and raised in the Little Five Points area of Atlanta. I'm just calling to let you know that I would like you to reject the new proposal to strip funding away from community resources and sustainability services and diversity services, and the same proposal I want to be rejected also is slated to increase the police budget by $12 million, and I think if you're going to do anything with those numbers, you should reverse them, but certainly do not increase the budget for the police. In general, you should be defunding the police and reinvesting all that money into community services.
Hello, my name is Maxwell Williams, and I'm calling for a defunding of the police. It's a serious issue that's plagued our society for a long time, and it seems that defunding them is the only way to solve this massive issue plaguing our society today. I live in Kirkwood, and I would love to answer any questions y'all might have about me at 404-387-0317. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Emily Malwowski, and I'm a resident of Grant Park. I'm calling today to express my deep disgust and concern over the actions of the Atlanta Police Department and the plans for their funding in the coming fiscal year. The APD has proven in both recent events over the course of many years that they do not serve and protect the community. Atlanta needs support for human services, education, sustainability, and public transport to grow to its full potential, to become a city that is known for taking care of its most vulnerable citizens. Our people need to be uplifted, not brutalized and killed. By giving the APD funds, you're supporting and encouraging the latter. Defund the police. The livelihood of the people of Atlanta is in your hands, and we know who each of you are. You're paying attention, and we won't forget how you choose to move forward. Know this. Hi, my name is Zainab Habib, and I live in Fulton County, and I would like to make a statement that it is very important that Atlanta defund the police. After so many different incidents over time in the past few weeks with Rayshard Brooks, and as well as the Atlanta police getting a bonus, this is pretty unacceptable. Atlanta communities are really, really struggling, and there's been massive amounts of gentrification. The Black community is being pushed out, left behind. And what are we doing? But we're investing in police to murder the Black community. We are meeting violence with violence as upheld within the police community. And that's really not how healthy communities are built.
So I, as a resident and citizen, demand that Atlanta defund the police system and invest in Black communities.
Hi, my name is Callie Agleback, and I'm a resident of Old Fourth Ward. I'm calling regarding the meeting to adopt the fiscal year 2021 budget tomorrow. I have concerns about the statement we amidst the police. City Council needs to defund Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources. Specifically, the City of Atlanta should establish a reimaging public safety plan, creating a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle APD and build a new community-based, community-controlled public safety system. The Department of FY 2021 budget should be cut by 50% by reducing APD's scope of work, starting with relieving officers from all other forms of quality of life policing. All dollars saved from the reduction in APD's budget in FY 21 should be reallocated to alternatives and community-based resources, including but not limited to the newly formed Department of Equity diversion programs such as pre-arrest diversion and other community-controlled programs. Do not begin the hiring process for a new chief of police until a community-based council can be formed to review APD's scope of work and disperse hiring decisions, making power across the community review committee. Additionally, the city council should decrease officer to resident ratio and demilitarize APD through assessing use of riot gear, chemical, and lethal weapon use. Furthermore, the city council needs to defund and demolish the jail. By doing so, the city needs to close ACDC on or before July 1st, 2020. Additionally, it should ensure the proper resources are allocated to demolish the building and commit to its demolition on or before September 1st, 2020. Finally, the city should adopt the reimagined ACDC task force policy record for your consideration.
Hello, my name is Anna Reuter. I live in North Decatur, and I wanted to leave a message calling for the defunding of the police. I don't think it's right that the police should have a $12 million increase in their budget when they harm our community. I think the executive offices that help support equity, diversity, inclusion, and help end human trafficking and immigrant affairs, and have social services like home services need to be funded more, and it's not right for the police to receive this funding when people are hurting in so many ways in their brutally. Please rule to defund the police and fund other social services that would better help the Atlanta community. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi, my name is William Wilson. I live in Midtown Atlanta, Georgia, zip code 30309. I'm a taxpaying citizen, and I'm calling to ask to defund the police and direct the funds to other areas of the Atlanta city budget. For example, education, community building, parks, and other areas that need more focus than the massive Atlanta police budget. Please defund the budget so that we can focus on rebuilding our city and reimagining our city in a more positive, more inclusive community. Hope you have a nice day. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Panis, and I live in Old Fourth Ward. I'm calling in regards to the Atlanta City Council budget voting that's happening tomorrow. I know that there's a proposal to cut $1.2 million from executive offices, and that contains important services for our community. And instead, the proposal also is for adding $12 million to the police department. Given what's going on, I think that's highly inappropriate. Instead, I think money from that should be diverted elsewhere into community programs that support people, and that we should not be funding the police to that level. I think that's especially true in light of what's going on. I'm happy to speak more on this if you would like to call me back. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sanya Chandrani, and I went to school at Emory. I work in Ponce Highlands, and I live in Wilburn, Georgia. I've been in Atlanta for a long time, and I myself have had unpleasant experiences with the Atlanta Police Department. The Atlanta City Council needs to know that just reimagining the police or reforming the police is not enough. The police is expected to do too much, for which it is unqualified. These types of problems have led to the kind of policing that killed Richard Brooks, and this has been ongoing for the last 30 years. I request that the City Council vote to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources to that funding is reallocated to alternatives. For example, the Department of Equity and other diversion programs like pre-arrest diversion. I also do not think that the Atlanta Police should hire a new chief of police until the community council can re-review what the Atlanta Police Department's scope of work is. We also need to demilitarize the Atlanta Police Department through limiting the use of riot gear, lethal weapons, and violence. I also demand that the Atlanta City Council defund and demolish the jail. I would hope that the jail be closed at some point this year and demolish the building. That the ACDC, we should adopt the reimagined ACDC task force policies. Thank you, and have a great rest of your day.
Hello, my name is Victor Benet, and I am a voter in Avondale State, and I'm calling to leave a public comment to demand the defunding of the police, and I would divert those funds back to public services. I think this call is more prescient in this moment after the legal lynching of Ray Ashard Brooks, the father of 3, and the needs of 5 others by Atlanta Police Department. We know and understand half the data that the most violent force on the streets right now is the Atlanta Police, thanks to groups like Solutions Not Punishment. And I'm calling for the immediate defunding of the Atlanta Police and those budget funds to be diverted to community services. Thank you very much, and I hope that we can stand by the citizens of Atlanta and answer to the public that is asking clearly through demonstrations to serve our public well and defund the police unequivocally, to use those forces to not hire the police officers and to use that budget to actually serve our citizens. Thank you.
My name is Kimberly Powell. I live in East Point, Georgia. Reimagining police is not enough. I would like to defund the police and reallocate the resources to the community and schools. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Jordan, and I live in Grant Park. I just wanted to submit my public comment before this vote on the budget tomorrow. As a constituent, I've lived in Atlanta for almost 30 years, and I'm against cutting the proposed $1.2 million from the executive offices. I'm also strongly against adding $12 million to the APD budget. Thank you all so much. Bye.
Hi, my name is Johanna Hall, and I'm a resident of the North Officer Apartments on Georgia Tech's campus off I-85. I'm calling about the budget that will be voted on tomorrow for Atlanta City. I completely disagree with the proposal to increase the police budget and believe that we should actually cut funding from the police and put it towards other social programs. I know Atlanta has a lot of issues with homelessness, and that would be a great place to put the money, and also hunger and so many countless other places that would be much better than funding the police. So please consider defunding the police and absolutely not increasing their funding. They do not need more funding. They don't need pay raises. They don't need more equipment. The police are toxic to Atlanta, and we just saw with Ray Brooks being shot very recently that the police are toxic to our community and hurtful to our Black community. So we do not need to be increasing their budget. We actually need to be defunding them. So please, I'm asking to revise the budget and take away money from the police department and allocate it towards other social services. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christian Earl. I'm a resident of District 5 in Cabbagetown, and I'm calling to demand that the City Council and the city defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources elsewhere to human services, to the Parks Department, to education, to any other service that isn't harming the lives of people, rather helping them. I would like to also call for the Atlanta City Council and the mayor and to defund and demolish the jail, and also to call for justice and prosecution of the officers who've been using excessive in lethal force against black citizens. Throughout the years, of course, there have been many deaths of Atlanta City residents by the police. I don't believe that our money and our resources and our time and effort should be going into killing people. And I just want to say that Black Lives Matter, and you guys know the right thing to do, and as evidenced by last night when there were massive police walkouts, nothing bad happened. There were no, massive unrest. There were no huge crimes committed. So we can do this without police, and we can do it through community building and development of other programs, mutual aid programs that help everyone, rather than just benefit one small sector of the city, which is the police. And I appreciate all the time and effort you're putting into this. Thank you.
My name is Autumn Speakia. I live in DeKalb County, and I'm calling to demand that the council vote tomorrow to defund the police and assess those funds into social services such as housing, education, health, and other community resources. Also, the City Council should aim to dismantle the police force and build a nonviolent crisis response team composed of a variety of professionals best equipped to handle issues without murder or violence. If the Council ignores this demand, it is enabling white supremacy and approving funds that assist and enable police brutality.
Hi there, my name is Asa Kramer-Dickey. I live in District 1, and I'm calling about the upcoming vote on the 2021 fiscal year budget. The fact that the City Council and the budget proposes to cut $1.2 million from the executive offices, executive office while adding $12 million to the police budget is completely absurd and entirely tone deaf at this moment in history, where we see calls from across the city to defund the police and across the country. And as a constituent, as a long-time resident of Atlanta, I urge all of you to listen to the people of your city and to not vote for this budget and to vote to defund the police. Thank you. Have a great day.
Hi, my name is Stephen Burns, and calling as a resident of East Atlanta. I would really, really appreciate it if you guys took a look at the Atlanta budget, especially the police budget, and find within your humanitarian hearts and conscience to divert that money to something that can be used better than overt policing and violence. Thank you.
My name is Nick Elward, and I live in the Old Fourth Ward. I am alarmed by the police violence that I have been observing over the past month, including the murder of Rashard Brooks. I'm demanding that the Atlanta City Council defund the police and reallocate those funds to Atlanta public schools and low-income neighborhoods, as well as the executive offices that include the Office of Human Services and Immigrant Affairs. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Justin Howell. I live in MPUO as an Oscar, calling to provide feedback on the 2021 budget, especially the line item that indicates a $2 million increase in police services. Just want to be very clear that I think in this time that is not a very wise decision on the use of funds. I think it's very clear that what we actually need to be doing is looking at all funds being allocated to the police and to shift those funds into more non-violent means of providing community services. And what I specifically would like to see is to see not additional funds being given to the police, but actually a lot of the funds that should go to social services such as homelessness outreach, mental health services, drug and alcohol addiction programming, and medical interventions to be provided in lieu of additional funds to police. Too often we've given this job to the police because there aren't adequate funds given to social programs. And I think the situation we find ourselves in now means that we need to really put our money where our mouth is and reallocate those fundings. I also know there's a lot of cuts in the program now that cut a lot of things like cultural affairs, emergency preparation, immigrant affairs, human services broadly. So I would actually like to see this decision reversed and put money into those programs
in order to provide services in a way that actually provides uplift to our communities. Thank you for taking my comment. Take care. Bye.
Hi, my name is Faria Khan. I live in Brookhaven, Georgia. My zip code is 30319. I wanted to leave my comment to defund the police. We do not need to add more to the police budget. We should not be cutting from the offices of equity, diversity, and inclusion, immigrant affairs, sustainability. Those are all things that are vital to Atlanta's economy, Atlanta's health, Atlanta's, like, everything. So I do not think we should defund, I think we should not defund those officers. We need to defund the police and allocate that money to other places. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Precious Douglas, and I'm a constituent of the Druid Hills Neighborhood District 6 Neighborhood Planning Unit N, and I would like to emphasize to my City Council member Jennifer N. Ide that reimagining police is not enough. The racist history of the force's creation is not a wound that can be healed. It requires a complete amputation. We must completely defund the police and instead establish a reimagining public safety plan, creating a 5 to 7 year plan to dismantle APD and build a new community-based community controlled public safety system. The department's FY2021 budget should be cut 50% by reducing APD's scope of work, starting with relieving officers from all other forms of quality of life policing. All dollars saved from the reduction of APD's budget in FY21 should be reallocated to alternative and community-based resources, including but not limited to the newly formed Department of Equity diversion programs such as pre-arrest diversion and other community-controlled programs. I also demand the Justice for Our People to reopen investigations into all APD killings since 2017 and develop a community tribunal to assess use of force and take steps to uphold APD officers accountable, as well as fire APD officers who killed Alexia Christian, Oscar Sane, and DeAndre Phillips. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matt Payne, and I live in the Grant Park area. And I wanted to submit a public comment before the vote on the budget. I wanted to say that I am against the cutting of the proposed, or the $1.2 million cut to the executive office. I'm against that, and I'm also strongly against adding $12 million to the Atlanta or APD budget. I grew up in Atlanta. I've lived here for almost 30 years. And thank you for your service, and have a good day. Bye.
Hi, yes, I'm a minor, so I cannot state my first name and last name. However, it has come to my attention that we are taking out $1.2 million out of all of the executive offices, which are equity, diversity, and inclusion, and human trafficking, immigrant affairs, and etc. And putting $12 million into the police budget. I feel like this is just not sustainable at all. This will not help our community, the Atlanta community, at all. Putting $12 million into a police fund where the police officers are literally calling in sick and are not doing their job because another fellow officer got, convicted of murder, which he should have, and I'm glad he did. We should be putting this money into other places so we can make Atlanta what Atlanta used to be. Atlanta has the highest human trafficking rate, and we should be diving deep into that. We should be putting money into human services. We should be putting money into places that actually need it. The officers that were in Zone 6, when they left, this is the quietest it has ever been in Atlanta for months, literally months. It has been so calm in Atlanta without these police officers. I'm feeling like we don't even need them at all. So putting $12 million into a budget that is worthless and not needed, and you're just pay raising these cops that aren't even doing their job because they're sad about it's wrong and you know it's wrong. So please do the right thing for us, for the future, because, I'm 15. I just want to live, So, yeah.
Natasha McClendon. I think that it would be comical that you are deciding to more than double the budget for the police if people weren't dying
in the streets every day at the hands of the police. And then to add insult to injury, they are refusing to do their job and making it seem as if they are no longer public servants, that they have no responsibility to our communities who fund their salary. I really do hope that you take these actions into account of police calling in with the blues flu and refusing to do their job to support their communities that they say they work for and with, as you consider what we are asking you as citizens to defund the police. Thank you.
My name is Dana Pouncey. I'm a constituent in South Atlanta, Lakewood neighborhood, and I'm incredibly upset at the proposed budget increase in millions of dollars to the police department when our students' education has been and continues to suffer, that there's been a $22 million decrease in funding for Atlanta public schools. I'm an educator whose organization works very closely with Title I schools in ATS, and Donna just feels like a slap in the face to teachers and students who are in desperate need of better resources and funding, especially in the transition to online learning and the plethora of challenges that present to teachers, students, and families through this COVID crisis. You know, you have families with multi-student households that might not have adequate devices to facilitate online learning for most students, parents who are essential workers and can't homeschool their children or pay for childcare or streaming platforms. And now more than ever, our school systems need more support, not decrease in funding. So to cut ATS funding while increasing the police budget seems unfounded. And especially when APD appears to be doing just fine. Last night when APD officers walked off the job and called out, a spokesperson for APD was quoted saying, "We have enough resources to maintain operations and remain able to respond to incidents throughout the city," which to me shows that APD doesn't need more funding or resources in order to do their job. So if Mayor Bottoms and the City Council truly wish to uphold their duty to serve this community, they should decrease the budget for the police department and reinvest money into education,
Hello, Atlanta City Council. My name is Alexandra Cox, and I live in the Chosewood Park area. And I would just like to raise my concern and wish that you guys would reconsider continuing to fund the police. I see there is a $12 million proposal to add to the police budget. I would prefer if that budget was just something that supported the community, helped with equality, diversity, and inclusion in our community, and human trafficking rights. Is there any ways that we can use this money for sustainability? Is there any way that we can use this money to give back to the community and education? Would love if public parks got more of this funding. Anything except for supporting the APD, as I personally believe that we are already overfunding them. It is heartbreaking to hear that you guys are proposing $12 million to me as a white female, an APD squad that I feel like is extremely racist. That's actually good our state, and considering where you allocate those funds are needed in way farther than the agencies. Don't deserve raises and more equipment. They have enough. And I really, really hope that you guys, and I pray that you guys come to your senses and realize that we really do need this money to support our community more versus supporting the issues. And those policemen are the issues with our society. So please, again, my name is Alex Cox, and I would really love if you guys would reconsider any funding for the APD and putting that more towards the community. Many thanks. Have a good one, guys.
Hi, my name is Rosie McDonald. I am calling from the unincorporated DeKalb and also as a teacher in Fulton County. I would like to say that reimagining the police and reimaging them is not going to be enough. We need to defund the Atlanta Police Department. We also need to give more funding to the schools in Fulton County. The Fulton County and Atlanta public school systems need to be funded. The police department does not need more funding. The police department needs to be defunded. I would like to state Again, please defund the police. Again, my name is Rosie McDonald, and I am a resident of unincorporated DeKalb and a teacher in Atlanta. Thank you. Defund the police.
My name is Keenan Jones. I'm a citizen of Atlanta, Georgia, specifically District 5. And reimagining the police is not enough. We're asking specifically to defund the police, to begin to invest in a participatory budget development process where the community has input on where public funds are going. We're looking to divest from criminalization, invest into public health, to alleviate overcrowding in our jails. The ordinances that have been pushed forward are toothless. We need to look at actually decriminalizing actions that cause overcrowding in these jails and the eventual abolition of these jails as well. We're looking to put demanding ending cash bail and pushing for increased signature bonds and needs assessments for people who, after their first appearance in court. I'm also demanding that the City of Atlanta, in its participation in the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange, officers are learning and trained by Israeli government, which is committing genocide against Palestinians, and they in turn use those dangerous methods taught against citizens of Atlanta. And we are not here for it. An additional raise towards cops is not what's needed. It is those funds can be better utilized for community programs approved by the community with community input to help services around to help out different Atlantans. This is tone deaf. It's symbolic that you're pushing for citizens of Atlanta.
Hi, my name is Israel Tordoya. I live in Edgewood. I would like to state that I disagree with the City of Atlanta's budget proposal for 2021 and would like to demand that you defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate resources towards community-based resources such as the Department of Equity. I demand that you defund the jail and adopt the Reimagine ACD Task Force policy recommendations. And I demand that you reopen investigations into all APD killings since 2017 and develop a community tribunal in order to assess their use of force. That is it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lyric Lewin, and I am calling in response to the proposal that is going to add $12 million to the police budget. And I want to ask that not go through, and I want to ask that instead you defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Carell, and I live currently in East Atlanta, like East Atlanta Village area. And I'm calling just because I know tomorrow's the City Council budget meeting, and obviously with everything going on nowadays, you need to really look at how we're spending our money. Is really increasing the budget for the police the correct option? Are there opportunities to maybe not spend the full $12 million, maybe $8 million increase, and utilize the other $4 million for mental health, for inner city programs, for helping libraries, for helping anything that's going to keep kids off the street, people off the street, the homeless, et cetera, et cetera. Because $12 million increase seems a bit expensive to me, and there's better ways to spend money. So wanted to put this on record, wanted to see exactly how we as the community can potentially discuss how to change these measures. If you need to, you can call me back at 404-247-5726, and my name is Carell. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Zaina Kamsi. I'm a constituent in South Atlanta, Lakewood neighborhood, and I'm incredibly upset at the proposed budget increase in millions of dollars to the police department when our students' education has been and continues to suffer. Yet there's been a $22 million decrease in funding for Atlanta Public Schools. I'm an educator, and I work very closely with Title I schools and ATS, and this feels like a slap in the face
to teachers and students who are in desperate need of better resources and funding, especially in the transition to online learning through COVID and the plethora of challenges that online learning presents to teachers and students. We have families with multi-student households that might not have adequate devices to facilitate online learning, parents who are essential workers and can't homeschool their children or pay for childcare or streaming platforms. And so now more than ever, our school systems need more support. So to cut APS funding while increasing the police budget seems unfounded when APD appears to be doing just fine. Last night when APD officers walked off the job and called out in zones 3 and 6, a spokesperson for APD was quoted saying, "We have enough resources to maintain operations and remain able to respond to incidents throughout the city," which to me shows that APD doesn't need more funding or resources in order to do their job. Both Mayor Bottoms and City Council truly wish to uphold their duty to serve this community. They should decrease the budget for the police department and reinvest money into education, reentry programs, low-income housing, mental health. They should reinvest money into education, mental health programs, public transportation, and sustainability initiatives for the city, as well as low-income housing and mental health programs, because that's what we truly need to see change.
My name is Chris, and I'm supporting the thousands and millions of citizens of Atlanta and in Georgia that are looking to defund the Atlanta Police Department. We're looking to divest the funds that are being allocated towards Atlanta Police and raise it for police that are brutalizing and criminalizing the citizens here in Atlanta. So we're looking for, demanding for our participatory budget development process that involves the community in allocating public funds to community service programs. We're looking to divest from criminalization and invest in public health and alleviate overcrowding in our jails for petty crimes that are people that are slammed, brutalized, criminalized, and put into an unjust criminal justice system never to find their way out. We're looking at getting cash bail to push for increased signature bonds and needs assessment after people's first appearance in court. Also looking to get the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange out of Atlanta. These officers are trained by the Israeli government, which are committing genocide against Palestinians, and they are also in charge of those tactics learned against the residents of Atlanta. Raises for cops is not the answer to this situation. Reform for cops is not an answer to this situation. Continue to invest in a department that is not ill-equipped to handle the needs of the community is not what we need right now. We need investment from that, reinvestment into our communities, into the actual needs that the people of Atlanta need, and not more.
Hi, my name is Sarah Salem. I live in the Midtown West neighborhood, area code 3009, District 67. And I'm calling to request and demand from City Council to defund the Atlanta Police and reimagine what safety is in the city of Atlanta. I want them to defund the police, demanding that they take action and no longer put black and brown lives in danger disproportionately due to police brutality. I want them to reimagine how we provide safety and security to the city. I want them to create de-escalation training, longer training for people to become part of the safety committee that would protect the city of Atlanta. I demand this as a citizen and a taxpayer in the city of Atlanta. Again, my name is Sarah Salem. I live in Midtown West, zip code 3009, and I am demanding that city council members defund the police force of Atlanta. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Emma Jackson. I live in Decatur, Georgia, and I was a student at Emory University until this May when I graduated. I am calling to ask you to defund the Atlanta Police Department and reallocate the resources APD has failed to improve public safety and wellness. Attempts to curb police violence through increased trainings have been ineffective. To dismantle and replace a department that has proven ineffective at carrying out its mandate and is non-responsive to reforms. A plan should be created for defunding APD and reallocating the resources to more effective community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety, particularly after the killing of Rayshard Brooks a week ago in Atlanta. My second ask is that we defund and demolish the jail. As long as Atlanta City Detention Center remains open, APD will have reason to arrest people in order to fill it. Every day the jail remains open, Atlantans are at risk for further harassment, violence, and death at the hands of APD. 3, I want justice for our people. The City of Atlanta has a duty to hold APD accountable for the lives it has taken. Officers must be held accountable for killing people, failing to address the police killings in the past. Has accumulated distrust in the City of Atlanta's value of Black life. So please defund the APD and reallocate the resources, defund and demolish the jail, and deliver justice to Black people. Thank you.
My name is Chandler Pennington, and I live in the neighborhood of Edgewood. I have participated in several protests and seen how the police always instigate the violence and escalation. The Atlanta Police Department has proven themselves incapable of defending the citizens of Atlanta. They have no interest in protecting our rights. On the front lines of protests, we see trigger-happy police that want to hurt people with their fancy toys. The attitude of police is that they are not hurting us enough. This goes deeper than reform, training, or individual bias. The institution of the police is inherently violent and strives for more power and equipment. By raising their budget, you are rewarding their disgusting, bloodthirsty behavior. The people of Atlanta emphatically demand you immediately defund and abolish the police and allow community leaders to build a new system that actually focuses on safety and community enhancement. Too much is expected of the police who bring deadly weapons with them to every call. Rayshard Brooks would still be alive today if you had acted quicker. The time is not now, it is years ago. But you still have time to not completely fail the people of your city. We demand you take meaningful action or resign so someone else can do the job right.
My name is Alexa Kravitz, and I am a resident of Brownstown. I wanted to voice that I do not believe that reimagining the police is enough to change what's going on in our city. We need to be defunding the police. The APD has failed to improve public safety and wellness, and its attempts to curb police violence through increased training have been ineffective. We need to dismantle and replace a department that has been proven ineffective in carrying out its mandate and its non-responsiveness to reforms, and a plan should be created to defund the police and reallocate the resources more effectively with community-based strategies for reducing crime and increasing safety. Plans have been outlined through several organizations on how this can be done within 5 to 7 years, and building a system that works for the community and overall safety of the citizens of Atlanta. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hannah McGugan. I've been an Atlanta resident for 12 years. I'm calling with the suggestion that you treat law enforcement like we treat our nurses. Our nurses seem to be capable of restraining difficult people without shooting them. But nurses also have an associate or a bachelor's degree. They also go through a national certification. They also have a mandatory license. They have to be renewed every 2 years. They have to go through retraining and education. They're increasing education every 2 years. And there's lawful license for misconduct, DUI, drug use, assault, murder. These are all things you can lose your license for and never be a nurse again. But we don't have that for the law enforcement, and we need it. We needed accountability. Why can we hold our nurses to that standard, but we can't hold the people who are also supposed to protect us? Just an idea. And please, we got to take that into consideration. Law enforcement are not Social Security. If we need more Social Security, then we need more Social Security. Law enforcement shouldn't be doing Social Security.
It's not that difficult. Police complain constantly about being social services. I said security, not services. I meant to say social services. Yeah, there you go.
Hi there, my name is Jeannie Brandt Stelling. I live in the Spring Lake neighborhood, and I was calling because I know you're about to have a budget proposal meeting tomorrow, and I just wanted to encourage, and echo everyone's sentiments about investing from the police and investing in the communities. I would like to see the police budget decrease and see more investment in areas targeted toward helping our homeless community, helping with mental health, healthcare, education. I would like to see a focus on bringing good and preventative measures into the community as opposed to punishment to those who are in it. So please consider that. Thank you so much. Bye.
My name is Chris Teresa, and I live in Atlanta, Georgia, and I want you to defund the police. Thank you. Bye.
Evan Hine, City of Atlanta. Mayor Bottom, your call to reimagine the police is not enough. We need to completely defund the police. The $217.6 million proposed budget for the APD should be cut by at least 50% and reallocated that money towards mental health programs, sustainable homelessness solutions, and other social services that actually take care of the people in the city rather than hurt them and step all over their basic human rights with this police budget.
My name is Michael I. Lewis. I live in District 4, and reimagining the police we have here in Atlanta is not going to happen. It's not going to work. They are receiving an outrageous amount of money, far more than any one business is receiving, and it's unethically and morally wrong. It needs to go to communities, it needs to go to our schools, and this can't continue further. We have to defund the police.
Hello, my name is Madeline Rice. I live in the Virginia Highlands neighborhood in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm calling in regards to the budget proposal for fiscal year 2021. I'm calling to demand that this budget focuses on defunding the Atlanta Police Department and reallocating the forces, defunding and demolishing the jail, and that we see justice for the people that have been murdered by cops. Again, I'm demanding that these resources be reallocated away from the police department and defund the police and defund and demolish the jail, and that we see justice for people who have been murdered by our cops.
Hi, my name is Lena Crandell, and I'm calling to ask that you please do not add $12 million to the police budget, and instead use that money to give back to the executive offices and support more life-affirming funding. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brittany Rosella, and I live in Atlanta, area code 30317, and I'm asking that the Atlanta City Council defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Charlotte. I live in District 6 in Atlanta. I am calling because I am appalled at the budget increase for the Atlanta Police Department, given the recent events that have been going on. I have shown up to be a protester and seen the police arrive with functionally military gear. I think there's absolutely no desire on the part of the community to increase the policing budget, and I am saddened to hear that the increase plan for that budget also includes in the proposal a plan to
cut $1.2 million from the executive office, which includes equity, diversity, and inclusion group to end human trafficking and immigrant affairs, and encapsulate some of our social services and important programs. These are the sorts of things that we should be investing in, and I vehemently oppose any increase to the police budget and feel that it should be reduced. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mal Faruqi, and I live in Lake Claire. I am demanding that. My name is Mal Faruqi, and I live in the Lake Claire neighborhood. I am asking the Atlanta City Council to defund the police.
Hello, my name is Alyssa Tyler. I live in Virginia Highlands. I know the Atlanta City Council is voting on the budget tomorrow, and in the proposal, it wants to cut $1.2 million from the executive offices: equity, diversity, inclusion, ending human trafficking, immigrant affairs, sustainability, and human services, which has social programs like homeless services. And instead, you want to add $12 million to the police budget, $12 million more to the police budget. In addition to last year, you added $5 million to increase that, and it funded pay raises for the cops and more equipment for the cops. I'm asking you to please take that $12 million and do not give it to the police. Instead, give it to the community. Give it to everywhere that you're trying to splash funds to. We do not need pay raises for cops. We do not need more equipment for cops. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Morgan McMain. I live in District 13. I am 26 years old, and I'm calling because I want to see real, tangible changes in the city. As Atlanta's best chance for progress and greatness, our city council must decrease police funding and instead allocate my tax dollars to mental health care, human services, public education, public transportation, really anything else that will make our community safer, beautiful, and better. Please hear all of the people that want real change and act accordingly.
Hi, my name is Sophia DeLuca. I'm a resident of Atlanta, and I'm calling about the proposed budget. I just wanted to let the City Council know that I don't believe that reimagining the police is enough, and I think that the City Council needs to take steps to defund the police specifically. Thank you so much, and I hope these comments will be heard and considered in the council meeting. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Caroline Sumner. I live in Kirkwood, and I'm requesting that the City Council not just reimagine police, but actively defund the police and reallocate those resources to effective community-based strategies. Reforms are not enough right now. We need to send a clear message to all of Atlanta, but particularly our Black citizens, that they matter and that they do not have to continue to live in fear of police brutality, the kind of brutality that will surely continue unless we actively defund the police and reallocate those resources. Thank you for doing the right thing.
Hello, my name is Amelia Scrivo, and I'm a resident of the Grant Park neighborhood here in Atlanta. And I am calling to ask that we, instead of reimagining police, which I think is a good statement in part, but I think what we actually need is to send out a different kind of first responder to different calls. I think they should be trained depending on what the call is. I realize dispatch gets a lot of different stuff all the time that may be completely different when people show up to the call. I'm an EMT myself, so I know how that is. But I would really like to move, instead of a 5.9% increase in the police budget, I would really like to move some of that money to our community. I think that if you look at the statistics of suburbs versus the cities, you see that they're actually investing more in their communities and have more opportunities for people. And I don't know why our budget being so big wouldn't allow for us to spend that money
elsewhere to invest in our community so that they will give back and our crime rates can go down so that we won't actually need a police force as big as we have it now. In fact, I think that we have social workers or some of these called with police officers maybe, or just social workers going out in nonviolent crimes, something like that. So, yeah, if we could reinvest that to our schools specifically so that our teachers don't have to buy tissue boxes, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you, and have a nice day.
My message is the way our police officers have been abused in the city of Atlanta. Those police officers were doing their job, and they come on TV and said they had murdered a man when they hadn't even had their investigation. So they are doing our city wrong by doing this to our police officers, and they're going to have all the police officers to quit. Then the public citizens that are supposed to be protected will not be protected. Please respect our police officers, and they will respect you. We have good police officers, and those officers were just doing their job, what they were trained to do, and they should not be in jail over it.
Hello, this is Meredith White. I live in Atlanta in Grant Park. This is a message for Keisha Lance Bottoms and all of the city council members that I do not agree with the increase in funding for the proposed 2021 budget for the law enforcement. As we've seen, there has been excessive police brutality not only in this nation, but also very clearly in the city, as Rayshard Brooks was shot and killed by Garrett Ralph just last week on June 12th. I do know that Keisha has proposed to increase the budget, and I strongly disagree with that proposed budget. I think those resources and that money could be better allotted to educational systems, mental health systems, systems regarding social work. Those are spaces that could very well benefit from those resources. And we clearly need to address the police brutality at hand that has yet to be addressed by firing the police chief and having an interim police chief. It's simply a band-aid to the systemic racism at hand here, and specifically in law enforcement. So until those changes are made, I do not agree with the budget, and I think it could be better allotted to different systems. So thank you for your time.
A wicked person listens to malicious talk. A liar pays attention to a destructive tongue. The one who mocks the poor insults his maker, and one who rejoices over calamity will not go unpunished. Defund the police.
Hello, my name is Sanvi Donde, and I live in Fulton County in the Alpharetta neighborhood, and I also have a place in Midtown in Atlanta. I just have one simple comment that I would like to make. I would like to defund the police. I want action to be taken on where money is being cut from and where the budget is putting money into, and I want more money going into the Office of Immigrant Affairs, Sustainability, Human Services, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, and ending human trafficking. I do not want any more money being funneled into the police. Please defund the police. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Helen Haley. I'm a constituent of District 6, and I'm calling to tell the City Council that reimagining the police is not enough. You need to defund the police, reallocate the resources, demolish the Atlanta City Detention Center, and allocate funds for that. You also need to fire Alexia Christian, Oscar Kane, DeAndre Phillips, and Erica Shields. Thank you.